Okay,
Sorry, I'm just taking pills, I'm not having a spasm attack.
I'm calling the meeting to order. It is 9:02 a.m. on Tuesday, March 3rd. Present at the table, myself, Lauren Efron, Chair. I also have Vice President Nicole Olson, John Purcell, Jason Lee, and Jeff Galdenzi. Those are members of our building committee. Joining us as well is our project management oversight representative, Mark Schweitzer. And we may have one or two committee members join us shortly online. If we can all just rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, welcome.
You're like, you can't be taller than this. Like, what's the point of that?
Yeah, this is, I think this camera in the background shoots it.
I think that gives them more
Yeah, it's just.
area to spread out. I hear what you're saying. The corner feels
No, there's only 4 need to sit at one time.
strongly that we need the table. We need the-
Good question,
All right.
So take your time, no rush. When you're ready,
We're all set, we just need the link.
need
If
the
you could
link.
email that to me.
Make sure you're walking up.
I'm gonna unplug it.
Going to who?
Why don't we send it to Marissa?
Yeah, we can send it to fcarchitects.com. Yep.
This will not cut into your time, we'll add time.
Okay.
We've got some buffer in there for just such.
Should we close the door, or did you want to leave that open?
Let's close the door, Jason, thank you. You know what, while we're working on the logistics, we do have a set list of questions that we're hoping to have covered. I'm sure you guys will cover it in your presentation. If not, we'd like to just ask, will there be natural pauses where we can maybe interject and ask questions? We don't want to disrupt your flow. So if you'd prefer your full 45 minutes to kind of go and we can hold questions to the end, we're fine with that. Or if you welcome questions during the presentation or at pauses, we can kind of work them in. How would you prefer?
I don't have a strong preference. We have sort of a presentation that we've worked out, but if there's anything that feels like an urgent question in the moment, certainly feel free to ask.
We can hold up. We don't want to disrupt your flow.
No?
Jot them down. I can't wait. And we'll wait
We
till the
can
end.
certainly
We can
field
wait.
questions as we go, not a problem.
Okay.
Okay. So is there a link in one of these?
So if you go to the top of the agenda, there should be to participate online
Okay.
via Zoom. Just click through the link and the passcode is 123.
Okay.
45-minute presentation, I'll give you a 5-minute warning.
Okay.
I'll just hold up and.
I don't think we're gonna go past the time. We're gonna a little extra.
Yeah.
Committee.
For those questions. That's the
Make sure your
important part.
phones are on silent.
Yes, my phone is on silent.
Because mine wasn't, so there we go.
I'm gonna turn audio off.
Sales online also.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you. Mark, I can also make you have host abilities from here. You're logged in, so I may do that.
Okay.
So you can let people
I
in,
can't
does
get
that
to
sound
it.
okay?
Yep.
Oh, because there's a.
That's in the way.
The bar is in
You
the
can
way.
move the bar.
It doesn't have a move. Oh, there we
There
go.
it
All
went.
right. Right now.
It's just a little delayed.
Yeah, it's a little bit delayed, but So you can use the clicker or the up or down. All right, and I'm gonna go ahead and unplug this one.
Don't trip over it. Okay.
I'm not exactly sure if I'm gonna be able to do that.
Okay.
So, let's just hope that if Sal has a question, we'll invite him to.
Pretty good.
Okay, are we up? Oh, good. Okay.
You'll just have to watch back and forth here, you know. Look back and forth. Look at the monitor, look at the presenter.
That's it.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay, all righty. I don't know if you guys want to do any introductions or anything. I know we know most of you here already today.
I'm
Mitt?
Lauren Akron, I'm Chair of the Building Committee, Nicole Olson, Vice Chair.
Mhm.
We also have Jason Lee, who served on multiple building committees and is a member of the Board of Ed, and Jeff Galdenzi, also multiple building committees, still active on the HVAC and vestibule building committee as Chair. And John, I'm not sure your history of building committees, but he.
Zero.
Well,
First,
welcome.
maybe the last, I don't know.
Do you have any special hints for him?
Jeff's on one for the
My-
next 10 years.
My role previous to this was a PTA president at Dwight for 2 years and just
Oh, so
fought
you know that- you know it well.
keep it open and, was very actively involved in trying to just track the progress of the town working group last year. Very familiar.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. All right. So again, thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for really having us here today. Obviously, we're very interested in this opportunity, not just because it's another great school that we'd like to be working on, but because of we feel pretty invested in it so far in our studies and working with your town and your committee. So we're pretty involved in what this thing can be. We have a short agenda here, so I'm going to just start with our team introduction so you really know who the leadership is going to be on this project. I want to start with Marissa Mead right here. She is the project manager, will be at the center of the action. Well, really, she is the center of action. You've seen her in the preliminary study. She really has her hands in everything, and her experience at that phase is really going to be really invaluable, moving this forward, moving it on your schedule, and keeping this project on time and on budget. Marissa's not your typical project manager because she is also our lead designer on these projects. So she gets involved in both of those. She's not just doing the numbers in the organization. I've worked with her on many schools in our more than 20 years together, and I know you'll be in the best hands with her at the helm. At the end over here is Catherine Berger. She's our Director of Interior Design, also more than 20 years, working in school experience and public school experience, which is, as we know, a little bit different. Her creativity, knowledge of school-suitable finishes and furnishings was going to be both important in this one. And she makes sure the design is wonderful for today and tomorrow, so it's none of these passing fads that we like to deal with, too. Sitting next to these two young women are Joe Lembo of Colaronin Engineers. He's an exceptional leader from an exceptional office. We have just worked with him, just finishing up finished construction drawings, and went through the PCT test with flying colors for the Westport School that you all know that we're doing. With this team, this is that A team, and we thought we would. Hi there.
Hi. So sorry I'm late.
Okay. Go on in.
Having a morning. My apologies.
We're just getting into the introduction, so you haven't missed the
Tina
important stuff.
Palazzo,
Hi.
another
Hi,
committee
Tina.
member.
Good to see you again. I was just got to Joe Lembo here, and he's experienced in all the mechanical disciplines, which is really what you want to have for a mechanical project engineer, because now he has to give us an integrated set of MEPs, FPs, TDs, security drawings. The list goes on and on and on of what we're doing for these schools today. And he pulls all that together. He has his team, same team that we've been working with, so we already know we have this shorthand together of our two offices. Also here today is Michael Daughtery of SLR. He's leading both civil, landscape, and again, with SLR, we've got environmental, survey, traffic, wetlands, got all these things going on, all under Michael's purview. And it's great to have these two gentlemen here to really siphon all that stuff together, because it all really has to be much more coordinated today than it ever had to be. And myself, I'm Jay Brotman. I'll be the principal in charge. I've been designing schools since 1983, when our firm was selected for our first school. It was a very dangerous project because it was in my own neighborhood in New Haven. It was the first school in New Haven's construction program. And I'm proud to say I'm still living in my neighborhood. They didn't kick me out. We did 4 more schools for New Haven after that, including the really premier science high school. So we have this broad spectrum of work together. At times I'll be more of a guide, bringing my 3 decades of lessons learned, and believe me, there are a lot of lessons learned in those 3 decades, and working with communities like yours to find these unique solutions. Other times you'll see me working in the details. So I really like to do both ends of the thing, bringing that experience to both ends of this spectrum. A few more team members on that first row. Again, this A team that we're building, Mario Quagliani and Chip Hempel of our office are really the technical guts of it. And again, they were on that same team, just completing. Richard Linsky runs our quality assurance and quality control, which today and in the drawings and the contracts that you guys have, we have to be very sure that we're really coordinated, finding all those errors, possible omissions, and make sure everything's covered. So we do that in-house. We have a whole checklist for it. We have a sign-off for it. So it's a really well-integrated process, including with our engineering consultants' work, so that we're coordinating the both of them together. On the far right of that bar is Robert Fleming. He runs our in-house sustainability. And even though we're not going for a LEED certification here, we do feel like we want to take the process, so we explore the opportunities for environmental solutions. Then we also put a whole program together so you can celebrate them. Even though it's not LEED Gold, we do want to celebrate all those things that we're doing along the way to make this building more sustainable, more energy efficient, and your public should know about it. And then another A team, a couple more A teams on there. My MHAI is Michael Horton's. We've been working with them for over 40 years, working on really economical solutions to our structural issues here. We want to keep the building as simple as possible, to build it as simple as possible, and to keep the value into those areas that you want to see the money spent. About the firm itself, I'm not going to spend really any time here at all. Hopefully you've gone through all of the propaganda we sent your way and talking about all the great things we've done. The real key is this A team we have here today. But you'll see there's a long list of awards, both design awards, but a lot of project team awards, because we know how to work together as a team. We know it takes a full team, including you, including the OPM, to make these projects a success and make the success for the town. And just to give you just a little last bit of it, what we end up doing and what we're proud of here is we're going to give you a school that is, I'd say we want to deliver an inspiring design that will be unique to Fairfield, and you'll see through our presentation that's what our schools do, and we do it in a very collaborative way. And as you see in Hunter Smith's quote there, the town knows what we're doing. We bring the town in. We have a kids build program. We have all sorts of ways to reach out and make sure that everybody gets connected to this project. And just briefly here, a list of the wide range of schools. In many communities, a sampling of this diversity of our public school clients, inspiring school designs for all communities, Westport, Bridgeport, Waterbury, and of course, Sandy Hook. So thank you very much. I want to turn it over to Marissa to take the next phase of our presentation.
All right, thank you. All right, so as Jay mentioned, we do have kind of an A team here. We have principals in the room, and we're all going to be involved in the project throughout every phase. And just to talk a little bit more about our previous involvement, one of the strengths of this team here is that we were working together on the feasibility study. So we're bringing a fairly strong understanding of the site, the program, the town, and the project all together. So we'll be able to approach these first phases efficiently. and with the knowledge that we gained in the feasibility studies. So, as you know, the feasibility studies were pretty expansive. We looked at a lot of options, and so for us as a team, it was very exciting when the town did select an option to move forward. The option that was selected, there are items about it that are deeply informative to this next phase, but at the same time, there are elements that were not set in stone. And so we've built time for those additional explorations that will be needed into our schedule, and we'll show those when we get to the schedule portion. I'll let Mike talk a little bit about some of the unique site characteristics, but we know there's a huge grade change here on the site. There's wetlands, there's a floodplain, there are shared uses with parks and recreation, and then there's also the septic system, as you know. We do know now, as a result of the feasibility study, that this will be a combined elementary school and 5-section ECC. So that means the building will be about 80,000 square feet. We also know that the existing building needs to stay on site and operational through construction, which is a challenge, but it's something that we're up for, and we've done it before with success. So coming back to this about a year after we started the feasibility study, we're kind of able to look at it a little bit with fresh eyes. And we're excited to dive into these next stages, discovering where we're going to go with the concept with the building committee that's now been selected, as well as the town and the stakeholders. So we're looking forward to diving into that process. I went the wrong way. Here we go.
All right. So, as Jay and Marissa alluded to, the SLR team really dug into the site itself, and with the broader team, started to pull inspiration from the site during the feasibility phase of the project previously completed. So, the existing conditions map, which was part of the feasibility study report, is really the first piece of the roadmap to where we're going to take this project when we get into the detailed design. As Marissa listed a number of the attributes of the site, we're going to have to take those and understand where we can manipulate them and where we have to let preservation kind of take hold, and maybe the site has to stay the way it is. As you know, the site is a varied site. It's a really interesting site. It has a lot of dynamic features to it. So there's going to be a interplay of where we can push and pull those things, and where we have to kind of say, well, all right, that's maybe not the best decision economically or accessibility-wise or whatever it may be. So, things such as the terrain, as Marissa mentioned, the 70-foot grade change from Reading Road up to the final plateau there. Fantastic for security measures, for views internal of the site, but maybe, dealing with the height of the building, the neighbors are going to potentially have some say about what they want to see from their properties. When we talk about the soil itself, that's going to have a huge impact on our stormwater mitigation scenarios and how we're going to be able to infiltrate in some areas and have to use a closed pipe system in others. When we're getting closer to the septic system, we can't have any stormwater infiltrating near that system and getting into the same field as the septic area itself. The wetlands and water courses on site, we do have floodway and floodplain. Those trigger potentially further permitting necessities. So there's a great opportunity to utilize the 2 head walls and culvert piping that are already there and potentially pull back our limit of disturbance and utilize some of those existing features so we don't have to go into some certain permitting aspects. Similarly to the wetland pocket on the eastern side, if we can stay away from that, that is a federal wetland soil wetland. So that again triggers the potential for further permitting requirements. So, the SLR team with the broader team throughout the feasibility study really feels like we scratched the surface pretty deeply in the feasibility study, but we understand, as Marissa mentioned, there's more to learn from this. There's more for us to kind of suss out on the site. And really what our goal is to provide the town of Fairfield is a high-performing site, but also in relation to that, a high-performing building, and the two integrated together. So I'll turn it over to Joe to We went the wrong way too. To talk about the building.
Yes. So I know in our feasibility study, we mentioned about 3 different types of systems. The base system was a gas-fired boiler with air-cooled chiller, and then we talked about 2 of the options using geothermal systems. Most of the buildings that we're designing today are all electric, no fossil fuels on site. So we want to look at what opportunities there are for Fairfield to introduce an all-electric system, be it geothermal, gas source heat pumps. And there's different systems out there. It's our goal to really educate not only the town of Fairfield, more importantly, the maintenance staff on the type of system. So by all means, as we go through the design process, we're there to educate those people, make sure they're familiar with the type of systems and how they operate. Ultimately, the goal is to design a system that is low cost.
This is only 45 minutes. Come up here.
Peggy, we can hear
Peggy, you gotta mute,
yourself,
honey.
Please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Who's host is not muted?
He's not a host.
Who's host? You host?
Technically, the room is host. If I cancel audio here, then no one will be able to hear us.
Yeah.
Peggy, I'm just going to wait for your mute symbol to come up.
Go.
Can't do it from the control panel behind you.
You should continue on. He's mid-sentence.
Finally, the most important goal at the end is to make sure we design a system that is low cost, easy to operate, and easy to maintain, right? Systems are more complex today, but there's ways of designing it that they become not that complex to operate. Different than what you had probably at Dwight, but it's our goal to make sure we achieve that.
Sorry about that.
Go the right way?
We have a member in another state.
It's okay. It's okay. All right, so I'll spend a little bit of time talking about the initial project thoughts that we shared in our qualifications package. And, just as a precursor to all of that, whatever we're bringing to the table are initial thoughts. It's not our intention to come in at the beginning of the project and tell you what needs to be done. This is a collaborative effort. Everything that we do is going to be in collaboration with the building committee and the stakeholders. We want to find the solution that is right and validate everything against the town of Fairfield's mission, the mission for the schools. This is a project that's going to last 50 years, possibly more. And so getting all of that input from the town is really important. That said, it is fun to start thinking about what some of the opportunities are. So the option A here, the school on the hillside, this is essentially the concept 1F from the feasibility study. And so this is the school built into the hillside. It's taking advantage of that grade change so that we have at-grade egress all around the building. The second scheme there, the school on the plateau, is similar to what was presented in the very first feasibility studies that were done for the Dwight School. So this has a 2-story structure up on that higher plateau. But here we're working in terraced parking so that you're grading the site up to the building so you're not ending up with these really steep driveways. We're also showing here the potential to put the Parks and Recreation field toward the front of the site where it's more easily accessed from the road. And then in the phased approach, we were looking at what is the potential for maybe building the Dwight School first and then building the ECC on top of the footprint of the existing school after that comes down. So to dive in a little bit further, and I wonder if I can use this pointer. Oh, no. A little bit. But so this diagram was included in our proposal. These little icons are indicating different aspects of the project site. So we have down in the lower right-hand corner the existing tennis courts. We are indicating the parent drop-off, completely separated from the bus loop, which is important for security and circulation. We have a individual entrance for the Dwight School and a secondary entrance for the ECC so that they each have their own schedule, their own entry sequence and security features. And then out the back, we have the Parks and Recreation field as well as play areas. In this scheme, we were starting to think about a few different design opportunities associated with the scheme. So in the upper right-hand corner, what we're showing there is a functional transition space. So in this particular scheme, you're coming in at the lower level and then ascending up to the classrooms. And so that experience of coming in and going up should be really interesting. We can make use of that space by creating sort of this multi-function zone with the stairs and classroom setting. So there could be a lot of really interesting design opportunities with that particular feature. And then on the back side of the building, it's a fairly expansive area here that opens up to the wooded green area beyond. And so we could see creating different zones out there for outdoor learning, for play, and for recreation. And then also with any of our project schemes, we'll be looking to create an entrance that is the face to the community for the Dwight School and for the ECC, looking for opportunities to customize those with artwork and other elements to make it you. This next scheme, again, has the school up on the hill. And a nice feature here that we'd like to investigate further is the possibility of locating any public space toward the front of the site. Again, it's a security feature so that you're not having the public coming in, going behind the building during the day or even in evenings or weekends. And so here we would look to make that transition up the hill with terraced parking, and creating sort of these site walls that make it a beautiful experience, because that's what you're seeing as you're coming up to the school. In this scheme, the play areas are a little bit more condensed, but the way we program those outdoor areas, maybe they're split so that there's open green space in the middle courtyard and then play areas on either side of the classroom wings. We can create a programmed area that makes sense up behind the school there. And then these elevated interstitial spaces, when we have a multi-story building, we want to make sure that those spaces are activated and can perform in multiple ways, even as classrooms or a quick, quiet sit-down area. And then here, exploration C with the multi-phase. One benefit of this scheme is that because the ECC wing is on the footprint of the existing school, that allows more site area at the back of the building for recreation fields and playground areas. And so this allows for the largest site area for those functions, potentially even allowing the inclusion of 11v11 soccer field if that's desired. And then, for both the ECC and Dwight, again, we want to make sure that they have some shared identity. It is all in one building, but also giving them their own distinct identities as well. We can do that in a number of ways. It's a color palette, design features, artwork, and other elements. Now we'll dive into some of the design opportunities we would be looking at for any particular project scheme. And we'll start with the sustainable site and stormwater management. I'll hand that over to Mike.
Exciting. So, we just wanted to briefly touch on some of the opportunities that we see on a site such as this. I touched on this, talking about the existing conditions and the varied terrain and a lot of the natural habitat and things that are on the site now. And really, when you're talking about a sustainable site design, it has to really start to make a framework where you're addressing hydrology and accessibility and grading and aesthetics in a way that treats things such as stormwater as a resource. It's not a waste product. So particularly, again, the soils on the site are going to really have a large impact on how we lay out the site itself. The fact that we have steep terrain is going to give us the opportunity to have enlarged landscape islands because we're going to have space to transition in grading. So when we can do that, we can incorporate things such as rain gardens and filtration swales that are large enough to be maintained and easy enough to be maintained instead of trying to kind of shove these things into small little pockets. Again, we'll have to look at these up in higher elevations away from the septic field at the lower plateau. But what we want to create is a treatment train. So literally from the front door of the building, as you can see in the Sandy Hook example there, we can start to capture rainwater from the roof right at the building's front door into a rain garden system or bioinfiltration system and work our way, probably to a midpoint on the site. And then we're going to have to transition to a more closed pipe system, closed chamber system. But that treatment train of a variety of treatments will let us, by the end of the outfalls in the western portion of the site, have a reduction in that peak flow discharge, which is really key in meeting the standards of today. It also goes a long way to reduce the potential for flooding, and we're now seeing these surges of higher intensity rainfall. So these small but kind of mighty techniques allow us to do well for the site, the health of the site and the community, as well as add educational opportunities throughout the site and really broaden the campus to the students and not just have them walking through a parking lot or to a play field. They can actually take part of the site and learn more about art, science, and mathematics. Within the treatment options, there are things such as permeable pavements, which we can look into. We will also, can never do the right button. We can also look into things such as green roofs and other treatments for alternative surfaces. These will have to be vetted carefully because they do add cost and they do have an ongoing maintenance to really keep them at a peak performance. But one thing I would suggest the town of Fairfield really take to heart is having healthy soil for the site. This is an often overlooked portion of the design of a sustainable site, but it really is key to a lot of other pieces of the puzzle to have this site to truly be sustainable. So the reduction in heat island effect can only occur if you have healthy growing trees that have healthy canopies. Using technology such as soil cells, soil ripping for decompaction, and custom soil mixes go a long way and will pay dividends long into the future to keep vegetation, particularly trees, healthy on site. I'm sure you've seen recent construction projects. Everything's done, the landscaping went in, things start to look, a little withered. They start to decline after a year or so, and then they kind of just limp along for the remainder of their lifespan. We don't want that to occur here. We really want a robust landscape of mostly trees, so it's low maintenance, but really looking into the soil itself that's going to allow us to provide you that high performance landscape and site, and have that also coupled with, again, the building itself to start to really create this entirety of a sustainable design. Got it that one.
So we live in Connecticut where we have long winters, and we know it's been a long winter, and we have humid summers. So how do we design a building that can adapt to this type of climate? And early on, we'd work with FCA to look at the building itself and where can we put insulation? Where's the best money spent? At the roof, at the walls? What type of glazing do we use? Do we use triple glazing, double glazing? And all these are things that were done early on to make sure that when the building's designed, it adapts to the climate that it's in. We're able to, by doing this passive design early on, it allows us to downsize the mechanical equipment, which means lower first cost, lower operating cost, and a long-lasting building. So it's really important that we do this as a team early on, because once you get past a point in design, it's hard to go back to that later on. So something that we really thrive on with our architects to make sure we do this exercise early on.
All right, entry, sequence, and circulation. So the entrance of the building is really the face to the community. And so it's really important how that feels. It's where every student and family is going to start their journey at Fairfield Schools. And so a new building is a perfect opportunity to make sure we get that entry sequence right. There's a lot of circulation complexities at a school. You have the parent traffic, which we know post-COVID is even more than in previous years for drop-offs and pickups. We want that separated from the bus access. We also know we have different circulation needs during the day than we do after school and on weekends. So all of that needs to be considered as we're thinking about this site circulation and entry. We also want to make sure we're thinking about security, safety, visibility, in addition to the flow and functionality. As we did at Sandy Hook and schools since then, we'll consider a layered approach, incorporating the principles of CPTED, or crime prevention through environmental design. So when we think about safety and security, it's not just about these hardening elements, but we want to make sure that this is a safe and welcome feeling school. And we can do a lot of security measures in sort of like invisible ways, or ways that you don't necessarily think of as being security, but that offer that layered protection to security. When we come inside the school, the circulation paths are really important. I think hallways and corridors are something in schools that are often overlooked. But when we come in to design these elements, we can think of them as doing double duty as education and collaborative areas in a building. They also, the way that we design them with the color palette and the artwork and the other elements can help the youngest students especially with wayfinding in a large building. Help people, help guide them through what can be a large floor plate. And last, we'll also consider universal access when we're looking at this building. We know the existing Dwight building has accessibility issues. We want to make sure that is not an issue moving forward. And so we look to provide universal accessibility wherever possible. We want to design for multiple mobilities right from the beginning.
Good question. Is universal accessibility a superset of ADA? Is that just another phrasing for?
So we certainly will meet ADA since that is code, but when we think about universal accessibility, we want to make sure, well, we're not just putting a ramp and next to a staircase, but that what is a way that we can think about this transition in a way that all students might use the path the same way. So instead of a ramp and a staircase, maybe it is more of a flowing sidewalk or a gently ramped transition.
Avoiding the feeling of othered, right? You don't want to other somebody.
And since we'll have ECC, and just so you know, it's not just ECC, it is technically actually 3 or 4 ECC classrooms and CLC.
Yes.
So we'll have students who are also transitioning into, the regular K through 5.
Yes,
and CLC.
exactly. And so just another reason that in this particular school, the universal accessibility considerations are really important. Great. If I can do the right button. There we go.
So at the core of our interior design approach is biophilia. We take a lot of inspiration from the natural world to create a space that feels warm and comforting and inviting to these students. As we all know, access to daylight, views outside makes us feel better. So if our students are feeling well and supported and cared for, then they're going to be more open to curiosity, connection, and learning. One of the ways that we bring that in is by using motifs inspired by nature. So it's not just about allowing the daylight to come in, it's bringing in motifs that signal, trees or canopies, things that are familiar and comforting to the student. We also do this through materiality, making sure that our finishes are, bringing in warm woods and textures that are, again, familiar, comforting, and supportive to the student. Another core element of our approach is student-centered learning environments. So Marissa's touched on earlier about some of those interstitial spaces, corridors being really important. Finding areas outside of the traditional classroom where, learning can happen. So supporting those through furniture, some of them may be exterior, allow for different pedagogies and ways of teaching. Another example of how we do that is by providing adaptable furniture, right? It's not just about flexibility, but it's about adaptability so that teachers can easily reconfigure and adjust to support the learning that's happening in the classroom. Technology is a big part of that in making sure that it is well coordinated and easily used. So we'll be working closely with our engineers to make that happen. Also educating the teachers on how to adapt this furniture so that they're not just given, some new furniture on day one and then they don't know how to use it. So it's about educating them so that they see the opportunities and they can take advantage of those opportunities that we're designing too. We noticed that your district focuses on social emotional learning, which we think is very important. So we took a look at developing 3 palettes that sort of support and focus on SEL. These aren't just aesthetic choices, but they're rooted in research, color psychology. It's again, combined with this biophilia, combined with the student-centered learning, all of this is in an effort to promote engagement, support emotional regulation, and really just make students feel comfortable while they're in the school. Project approach?
All right, I think we're still doing good on time. Okay. All right, so quickly on the project schedule, we did take a look at the project schedule on our own internally, sort of pasted out, looked at all of the project phases, and it turns out that what we generated was in fairly close parallel to what was included with the RFP, even giving us a couple weeks of buffer there at the end. We did shift around a couple of the deliverable phases just to accommodate what we feel is going to be required for the process. So that includes some time there at the beginning for that program validation and concept validation for the massing of the building. We also have incorporated time for those early environmental studies so that we can get information on the subsurface so that we have that information ready at critical decision-making points fairly early on in the process. We also built in stakeholder touch points with school stakeholders, local review boards, and commissions. We want to get those conversations started even informally fairly early on in the process so that we don't run into surprises later on during local reviews. If there are opportunities to accelerate the schedule further, I think that this is the team that would be able to do that just because of our familiarity with the project. But we want to make sure that the project is also done right. So we'll work with you to figure out what the best and most appropriate schedule will be.
Yeah, one of the things in here is pre-purchase. A lot of equipment, especially on the electrical side, could take up to a year to acquire. So working with the CM early on board, identifying the equipment that requires long lead and pre-purchasing that is really critical if you're looking to make the deadline. With that, there's new energy codes that are coming out.
Can
Sorry.
you just jump back really quick?
Yeah.
Did you do an alternate plan with the idea of ECC being done as an after second phase?
We didn't. This schedule is still based on the current request, which was to do both together.
Right.
There is a new energy code that's being adopted by the state. They haven't given the exact date yet, but we believe it's going to be in June or July of this year. So what does that mean for the town of Fairfield? There's going to be new requirements when we design this building to make sure it's more energy efficient than the past buildings we've designed. Certain things here that we've listed, like EV charging stations, how you control the lights, how ventilation is controlled in the building, they do have a higher initial first cost. As the engineers, we're going to look to see how we can design these systems most cost effectively. But in the long term, this will save the building energy. Right, so there's that first cost that everyone's trying to minimize. We look at the long-term cost and how can we minimize your yearly expenses. Everyone knows electricity is not inexpensive anymore. It goes up every year. Eversource and UI really knows how to make sure we pay those bills. So we want to make sure we lessen those costs on a monthly basis.
Quick question for that. With the new state guidelines that are coming in, I see a couple of things that the town is doing now, right, within the other schools. They're all trying to interconnect. This building, is it going to be different because it's a different guidelines, or are we grandfathered in because the rest of the town is?
So it's when the building gets permitted, I believe. And because they're talking about June or July, this code be implemented. If we're selected as a team, we won't be that far into the design when we get permitted already. We're probably going to just be in SDs at that point. Permitting at the fastest could probably be a DD, I think. Maybe a DD, right?
Well, you got to go through the state. You can't get the permit until the local review.
So you're talking about anyone who designed this project probably won't be able to hit that deadline of the 2024 guide.
It'll be a total standalone system on its own.
Controls is different. How you control the building could be integrated to your existing control system. It's what gets implemented into the design of the building. Those are more like control points that could be integrated into your existing system. So we're not changing, if you have a BMS system, is that what you're talking about? You have like a building management system?
None of this.
That doesn't impact that.
This is all in alignment with what we're doing with our retrofit of HVAC.
It is, okay.
I don't, nothing jumped, I mean, we didn't do EV charging. But,
Yeah.
things like CO2 monitoring,
The light
dimming,
control.
lighting control.
Yeah, and some
all
of that
that
just
being
changed a little
incorporated
differently how
with
it's
our
done.
upgrades.
Right, so it just changed slightly how they're gonna do that, so yeah. So I don't think it's that much different.
All right, I want to touch just on a few aspects of our process that I think are unique to our office and our team. First is our engagement and visioning process. So when we're going through this process, we're looking to provide or find as much consensus as possible in a big project like this. We want to cultivate sort of a shared sense of purpose, define set goals, those high-level goals that we can build consensus around and support. And the steps that we bring are adaptable, so it's something that we will work with the committee to develop specific to this Fairfield Dwight project. Sometimes our engagement processes are a more strategic, smaller group of people, and sometimes it's a very large, expansive process. With schools, often there are a lot of stakeholders, and we actually enjoy this process because when we get a lot of input from stakeholders, it helps us to make sure that this building is the most successful for the most number of people for the longest amount of time, right? And it's also really great to get those stakeholders to hear from each other as well so that they can understand the different needs and perspectives that are required around a project. Also, we have a unique program, Kids Build, that was initiated with our very first school in New Haven. This is a program where we expose the kids to the design and construction process along the way. A new school is a really great opportunity for learning. And so we work with school administrators to develop a series of workshops with the kids. So we sort of start in the office, we share with them elements of the design process, get them involved in activities to learn about architecture, engineering, all of those trades. And then once the building is under construction, we can do some site tours and share building materials. One of my favorite memories was going with a group of kids to visit a site when the glaziers were there and they had these giant suction cups, picking the glass up and putting it on the building. And the kids were just like, whoa, it was very, very cool. Another interesting feature about our firm is our art integration process. So the incorporation of artful elements has been foundational to our practice from the beginning. Art is something that we feel is important to incorporate both in the process and in the result of the project. So elements like sculptures, graphics, other patterns, these are all carriers of meaning and the methods by which we can share your story. These are the custom elements that will make your school unique to you. And we can also use the development of artwork as another tool to engage with stakeholders along the way. So we've done a number of different workshops with kids where they were actually contributing to graphics or elements that were ultimately incorporated in the building. And so it's a great way to get the kids excited. It inspires a sense of stewardship. And these elements remind the students and the staff and the community that this place was built for them. And so it inspires a feeling of belonging, a sense of belonging and pride. And throughout the process, the more we can engage people, the more they get excited about the project and become supporters for the project along the way. So lots of benefits there.
That's it. So hopefully you see that this is the A-team that we brought here today for this project. It's really looking to do the best school for your community. We believe in nurturing schools that are nurturing, and that's our design is all about that. And it's about your school being your community school. Each one of our schools is unique. But I do think that partnering with you partnering with this team is the way for us to move forward in an exceptional way. And we're really open. I think we're at our time limit here too now.
No, you're under.
You still have a moment?
Yeah.
Well, do we have a moment to ask you a question? Your team a question first? Okay, because this is something we always want to know, and it's part of our collaborative process, and we're going to make everybody answer it. So it's a very simple question: is how would you define success for this project? I'm going to start right here. But you are on the spot.
What's in it for the kids?
All right.
It's all about the kids. All the outside's great, all the things on the wall's great, but what makes this gonna last 50 years? What's the experience that kids are gonna get in their classroom? Because that's what it's all about. I don't care as much about the tiered parking as that money's being saved to go for something that's gonna affect the kids and their education, right? And that's what it's about. You're building a box, as we all know, that's right, that's the thing about building schools, you're building a box. It's what goes inside the box that matters, because that's what affects the kids the most.
Excellent.
I love to hear that as an interior.
You want to weigh in?
I'm an OPM, so on
Yes.
time, on schedule.
I thought that'd be your answer. Yes.
I echo that. But I'll take the other side of the coin from what Mr. Lee's saying, though. I think the longevity of the building and the exterior, the environmental impact elements are going to be really important on a going forward basis. With the electricity field, as you said, sustainability aspects are going to be front of mind for me.
Excellent. Excellent. You've lived through the school many years.
Yes, so I've got 3 kids. The oldest is now in high school, but the youngest is still there. She'll probably actually have graduated by the time we complete the project. But I see this as a legacy. The Dwight school, the one that stands now, was built in 1963, but it actually dates back to about 1796 when Timothy Dwight himself was constructed the first school next to the Greenfield Hill Congregational Church, which is just around the corner from us. And he went on to become a president at Yale. He was a reverend at the church, and then went on to Yale. And the Dwight Academy stood there for over 100 years, and then eventually shifted sort of around that plot until it was eventually moved to the 1963 building. So there's a really long legacy there. And I started, my advocacy with not wanting to see that legacy die out. They were talking about closing the school because they saw it as an expensive undertaking to try to fix it or replace it. I'm really glad that we're continuing that legacy. I would like to see, again, to Jeff's point, something that is a sustainable design, but that will also stand the test of time, that will be there hopefully, not 100 years from now, but we would like it to remain on that site for as
That's
long
great.
as it's been there.
We've got to
in
pick up on the historical side of this thing, because that flows through the art. We've given us some ideas already.
Yeah, and then, of course, again, just to reiterate, success would ultimately mean on time.
On time. On time and on vision. We understand that one.
Yeah, we got that.
It's our key.
Under budget and earlier. Like most of my colleagues on this committee, I echo a lot of their sentiments. I think adaptability would be the word I would use. And we all know that student populations wax and wane over time. And we're building a school building that we're expecting to last 50 plus years probably. And the ability to have that continue to meet the needs of the student population as it expands and contracts over that period of time, I think is going to be important. Members of this body have toured some of the other schools where we've heard issues with the overall adaptability of classroom size and the ability to do some of the things that they needed over time. And some of these schools were not all that old. And, my apologies for Eric Clapton interrupting us. But I'd like to see a building that that really meets the needs of the student body long-term and the teachers as well, because everybody wants an environment where they want to come to work every day, and our teachers are very important to us in terms of the resource that they provide. And if they're inspired, the students will be inspired.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess the non-negotiables are scope, schedule, budget, and then the aspirational goals might be a safe and secure place where kids can really do their best learning and be productive and engaged.
Beautiful.
On top of on time and on budget.
Yeah, that's
Personally, me and Lauren have to deal with PTA a lot, so the 2029 kind of threw everybody back just because of other ones. So just so you know, everybody thought we were going to be moving into this building in 2028.
Because
Which-
of the schedule which was laid out,
Yeah,
not,
but the way that it is, it
Elimination,
is what it is. But it really needs to be that we are 100% in that building on time. Sustainability is huge. And I'm with Dina, when you guys came to present, I was the one who went up and said, I think that if we're going to do this, we should consider, especially since ECC seems like it's going to be one wing, that we maybe build out the foundation of the ECC to be ready and able to take on a second floor someday. So 40 years from now, everybody's not cursing out our names because we built this brand new beautiful building, used up this budget, and now Greenfield Hill is a section that is very expansive, which means it has room for people to somehow find a way to subdivide and build. So let's not screw the pooch here, and let's make sure that we're ready for the next edition of Dwight 40, 50 years from now. Because it's gonna need it eventually, it's gonna happen. Fairfield's not gonna get smaller anytime soon.
Good.
And I love the bringing nature in.
Okay.
Ah.
Big on that.
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you. So we're open to questions here. So yours for us
Okay.
now.
First of all, thank you very much for your presentation. That was really informative, excellent. I'm glad to see that you've thought about other approaches as well. Obviously, I'm familiar with both the feasibility studies, but one of the concerns that we had, just as a school population, was the loss of the playground for a couple of years. So I think it might be very appealing, even though I want the best design possible, for us to be able to still have access to that, during the building process. But I love the idea of incorporating the kids and with workshops. I think they would be the teachers would be really excited about that, especially as right now we're talking about Board of Ed and budget cuts and lots of potentially things like STEAM, which would, I don't think that's actually going to happen, but I think this is a good way to incorporate it into the regular science curriculum. So there you go. Okay, so we have these 9 questions. I do think that you've addressed a lot of them, but I'm just going to hammer away at a few. And if any of you feel you can answer it, please feel free. So do you feel the ed specs provided had clear achievable goals with the proposed construction budget? And do you feel the timeline can be improved on? The reason why I ask this is because we had a very different timeline, back in September, right, when the of last year. And now we have ed specs, which you didn't necessarily have before. I know they were voted on in May, and I don't know how much that informed your initial approach to design, but now we've got, with the help of Colliers, we have what I think is a more expansive timeline, but it really allows for us to kind of flesh out some things. Do you feel like with the extended timeline, we're predicting 17 months for design, is that ample time for you to be able to work within the budget?
I think it's an appropriate timeline based on what we've experienced with other recent schools. For a project of this size with the 2 schools in one building and with the site complexities, I think that the timeline makes sense. That said, I think there are potential opportunities to look to expedite. At this time, just with the information that we have, I wouldn't want to overpromise expediting the schedule because I think, knowing that this building needs to last 50 years or more, we want to make sure we get it right from the beginning.
Yeah, and then, and I'm sure what Colliers has brought into this thing is the end date. So if you saved a month, you may not give you the advantage of that month getting you into school any earlier because it's timed with the change in semesters. What you don't want to do is to to bleed beyond that. So we have found, and really, the best time to make that determination of if you can move faster or not is at the end of schematic design. That's when we really know, what's the site going to do to us? How can we really manipulate this site? Because in this case, this is a very important aspect on these hillsides. And we've done these hillside projects, New Haven High School, the one we just did in in Westport, another one in Bridgeport. Working with what happens on a hillside will control us. We won't know until we get the borings, the surveys, and come up with a concept that does that. And that's when we can figure out, can we move ahead and what advantage it will give us?
I know that you can't 100% answer this, but given the circumstance that we choose to go with having the ECC be a phase 2. Now, obviously, you still have to design it in from the exterior point of view, but should you do that, would you then hold off on like pretty much everything except the shell design? You'd be like, okay, well, it's going here. Like you kind of just have your bubble design. You're like, it's going to go there. Don't worry about it. Is that how that would go? And then you would worry about the overall design of ECC after the fact? And if so, does that save us time? My biggest fear is getting the kids in the building on time and the building being 100%, they walk in and it's ready. So any months we can save, would that save us time there, or would you guys have to design out the whole thing at once?
I think the big time savings with the two-phase approach is really on the
Construction end.
right? So we would go pretty far with the design of the ECC because we want to make sure everything makes sense, that we're thinking about all of the, thinking about all the elements. You also want to make sure that you're going to the PCR reviews with both elements fleshed out because they're going to want to see all of that for the reimbursement on the ECC. So I think the time savings is on the construction side. So reserving that wing of construction until after the demolition, occurring, sometime after the Dwight School opens. That's where the time savings occurs.
Yeah, and it's really a time savings thing. It may actually have a cost impact.
I was going to ask him that after you guys. I was going to ask him to be like,
So then it's weighing the priority of.
Yeah, because the construction company's going to be like, I don't feel like keeping half a team on a site for 7 months.
He's gotta remobilize.
More because I really needed them. Okay.
So you got to look at all these factors and what becomes the most critical thing. And that's why I believe after schematic design, you have a sense of, can that help you?
I'm going to go ahead, just in the interest of time. I believe you guys have answered about how you would incorporate the community. We have a lot of strong opinions in this community about how things should look.
Familiar with those.
I understand that. I want to point out, though, to this point, our project in your neighboring town has a lot of neighbors, and our civil and landscape architects were able to ameliorate the views, the neighbors, the buffering.
Yeah, people just want to be heard.
And drainage.
But there's nobody better to move you through that process than Marissa and Jay.
Yeah, I mean, I will say we're not as tightly bound by the neighborhood. We have, a few houses on the west side, but to the opposite side, I believe it's to the east. I'm really bad directionally. But we have, Binger Woods, it's the conservation area. And I was glad to hear you mention that you're familiar.
We also like to pretend that we're not tightly wound in Westport.
Yes. We already know that.
Okay, so.
I'm not.
Could you describe the quality control measures your firm is going to utilize to ensure that the approved construction documents are being followed and to minimize change orders during the construction process?
So that's a process we start at the very beginning. So we review we look at what we're designing, so it's not too complicated, because if it's too complicated, it's not going to beat the budget, so we watch it at that point. Every step along the way, we're looking at the budgets. We think about having some nice element in the building. We say, is that going to be within the budget? So we talk about that right away. That's with what you're doing. So right away, we try to find the most important things to do and make sure they're in the building. Then at every phase of this project, we do our own heavy quality control, not by these people here, but by others that haven't looked at the drawings at all. So there's a whole other group of people we'll look at and look for just those various things. Did we get the electrical service to that air handler unit? Do we have all of our door schedules set up properly? If we hit all the doors? So it's a very rigorous checklist that we have. There's a blue beam system so that everybody can share these documents and work on them and see them while they're happening. So in all the offices, it's happening at the one time. At the very end of the day, Marissa and I have to sign off on a document from our quality control center that says everything's been done before it can go out to that next phase. So it's really, it has to be every step of the way to make that.
Is that system that you talk about, is that internal to your firm or?
Internal to our firm, but we're a 150-person firm, so we have people outside of our office looking at these drawings.
Okay. I know you're very familiar with the site. What do you see as the greatest challenges on this project, and how do you plan to mitigate those? I mean, I think you've pretty much answered a lot of it. The grade change, I believe, is actually 80 feet, not 70, but.
Yeah, it's a lot.
For a start, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
You want to handle?
I mean, that may be the greatest challenge, but there's lots of other elements that, we're familiar with. The tennis courts, obviously, those were newly finished, those need to remain the same, but everything else is sort of flexible, and we don't have the restrictions right now that I'm aware of Parks and Rec saying we need to have the full-sized field returned to us. I don't think that's an expectation, but I'm concerned about the bus loops and how we're gonna work that in. I don't know, what do you see as the challenges?
So I think when you look at the site, there's a reason why it was designed the way it was back in the 70s. But that's not to say that we can't massage it and make it work. So when we were looking at this in the feasibility phase, we went through, I don't know how many iterations of, a new building versus a renovated building versus an add-on. So we looked at the grading a number of times, and it's not so much, the bus loops or the parent drop-off loop. It's the transition from the road into the loops. So we can get to a grade on a plateau pretty easily. And we can set the building at a finished floor that doesn't have, 100 stairs to get up to the front door. It's figuring out when you're going up an 8% grade of the access drive, you need to be able to flatten that out and then turn into the bus loops. So those little intersections are gonna be the most critical pieces to really flush out. And we did that to some extent in the feasibility, study, but, looking at it again, going back, say, all right, well, that drive probably should shift a little bit more so we can gain 25 more feet. That bus loop maybe needs to reduce down 30 feet so that we, again, can make these transitions between the spaces. So all those little intersections are gonna be the key ones. And that's the tiered parking, that one makes me nervous because it has very short drive aisles going between the tiers. Usually you're gonna need, potentially up to 100 feet to make up, a 10% grade there. So it's really all those little pieces between transition areas that we have to make sure are correct, because if you on paper draw it out and you're going from 10%, to 8% right into a 5%, that's not gonna feel comfortable, it's not gonna look good. You also won't be able to have sidewalks, yeah.
Yes.
I was just going to say that there is one other thing that really scares me and worries me, and it's going to fall. So it's during construction. We're building a new school on a site with an existing school with the pickup, the drop-off, and everything going on.
Yeah.
And you really have to have the right construction management team. Yeah. I mean, we can draw all this. We can draw distances and everything else, but this construction manager on this team is going to be critical in how they run that site and how they keep it clean and how they keep the access open so they give the notifications. That's going to be, we can do all this. I think that's going to be your major point.
I am a little nervous just because we've got 20 minutes until the next presentation. So does anybody else want to take through? Yes, Jason.
Question about the challenges. One of the big challenges I see is that septic system, right? We know it's failing up there now. You're going from the size of the school now to an 80,000 square foot school, and potentially not building the ECC with it, but now separate, so now it's a delay on that. Tell me about the septic situation, because I think that's a huge challenge, especially when we're talking about rainwater and everything else in between.
Sure. So, I mean, our engineers didn't feel uncomfortable, getting in there and basically just removing the system that's there and putting in a new system. The size of that area is adequate for the increase in enrollment.
And it's
We're
large
going from
enough for
230
both
to
operate.
392, so it's
Right, and
a
it's-
pretty big increase, plus
Yeah.
staff.
Yeah, but the area is large enough for the existing to continue operating.
Right.
And
Yeah.
put a new one in.
Put a new one
Yes.
to the side.
So they can operate simultaneously until the new school's up and running, and then the old one can come out.
Yep, correct.
Will the old one need to come out, or you just need to like off cap and stuff?
No, we'll need to utilize that area. So there is the potential, you could potentially reuse some of that system. We wouldn't suggest it because, you look, pound, whatever the saying is, penny wise, pound foolish.
I'm
So
not
we
saying
would,
you
we
could
would
just
look
leave
at
it.
removing all that.
Or do you have to remove it?
If we were filling a good amount on top, maybe you could leave it, but we're not. So we're gonna have to pull all that out, which isn't a large effort, really. But yeah, as Marissa said, that flat area down at the base of the toe of the slope gives us enough room to start building the new septic system, put it online, and then rip out the remaining existing septic, and then hook it all up into one system.
And that area becomes the reserve for future,
Yeah.
the old area.
It'd be one system even if the ECC is built second,
Yeah,
are you looking at it?
it'd be
Well,
one
two
line down the
tanks.
hill.
Yeah, two separate tanks,
separate
at least
tanks.
two separate tanks that then would eventually feed into the same leaching field.
Okay. I'm gonna jump down to our last question. I feel like this is really important. What do you see as a feasible timeline for the demolition of the existing Dwight? And what are the challenges you foresee with students occupying the new school during that time? Because as you're probably aware, there's hazmat materials that need to be dealt with and carted away. I've researched a little bit about other, schools that had to be demolished and those materials dealt with. I know parents need to be notified, obviously, the state, EPA, right? Everybody needs to be involved in the process. So once the population is able to move, even if we do the phased approach with the ECC, we're still gonna have to, before you even build the ECC, if you did that third option, you would have to deal with the existing Dwight. So it's a challenge.
It is a challenge,
Yeah.
and you mentioned one of the tricky things is about the play areas. So, aside from that, the environmental concerns that you mentioned, there is also this transition period where there will be a loss of use of part of the site while the new building is under construction, and so that's always a tricky challenge. Do we need to come up with temporary play structures somewhere else on the site? Do we need, we're rerouting site circulation and those challenges as well. For the abatement portion, those activities won't occur until after the students are out of the building and in the new structure. And so the abatement activities will be in a fairly contained environment. We have that process going on at other projects right now. And it's a relatively smooth process because you don't have people inhabiting the building while those activities are taking place.
So if that's the case, how much time do you estimate would it take to demolish the existing building post-construction?
We'll have to work with the construction manager to figure out that timeline. On a similar project right now, we have a demolition of the existing building occurring over a summer break. So that the demolition and site clearing are occurring while
No one's there.
the property is cleared, yeah. And so that could be a similar approach here, where we get the new building up and running, we have a sort of a temporary site circulation thing happening, and then the next summer is when really the remaining demolition and site work occurs.
So it could take a year.
It could.
So your ECC, if we wait till the demolition of that building for the statewide for paperwork and reimbursement, are we now talking about two different
PCR?
PCRs?
No, I don't think so, because it's one building.
So can the kids actually then still go into the new Dwight if the ECC is not built because we're not completed on that project? So you can get a certificate of occupation just for Dwight while the ECC hasn't been built?
Yeah, because we can go through our PCR review for both phases before construction on phase one starts.
Yeah,
So
it's-
all of that would go through state approval.
goals
It's
first.
just a second phase of the work, just like the demolition is the second phase of the work. And you just spell it out that way, they sort of remobilize. So the school can be sealed off, and then the new construction can happen outside of it.
And then the reimbursement though will be done,
All the same, yeah, it's all worked out.
but we won't begin with the reimbursement till after the ECC is completed, or how would that, so we build a new school, but we not, if it's on the same ticket, then your ECC is not completed, when does the reimbursement start trickling back from the state?
As the money is spent.
Yeah.
You submit as your.
Same as your like at-home building construction. It's dispersed as they like come in and view it.
Okay, we're gonna throw one last, and it's not meant to be a gotcha,
I
but
know.
we-
I just
we've
really-
become recently aware of ICF, and we're very intrigued by it. I'm not sure if you're familiar. Okay. Have you, or anybody in your firm, have they explored that option for building material? The reason why we're so intrigued is because of its waterproofing capabilities. As you know, a lot of the issues that we have with the existing Dwight are because of moisture. If you're talking about building into a hillside or even on top of a hillside with wetlands around, moisture is going to be an issue. And if we're talking about 50 years plus, right now we're 60 years plus, right? In the current building. I just want to be sure that we're exploring all options.
Yes, and actually, I even queried our structural engineers on the Westport School, because it is also built into the hillside, and I asked that question, what if we use ICF along that foundation wall even? And they assured me that it was much more economical and much more suitable to build it the way we're building it, putting in the appropriate wall foundations and everything else against that hillside. And taking care of the drainage. That doesn't mean I'm not going to ask that question again, because I love asking those types of questions. Are we delving into everything? It's a simple product. A lot of people can build it, so that there's a lot you can do with it. But
But you haven't used it yet.
we have not used it yet on a project of this scale. No, we have not.
All right.
Project of this,
FYI, they're doing an AIA session on it on March 11th at ONG Bridgeport.
Yeah, I saw that up there. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
We haven't talked with the guy.
There's a lot of Fairfield County homes that are being built that way too.
Well, that's who Lee Overland, who pushes that.
Yeah, and there you have
He
the.
was willing to sit with all of us.
Also have the hurricane issue, the wind loading, which is important for that too.
It was just the energy efficiency of it all was what was really, I thought was amazing.
It is, and I will say that we didn't look at it on the vertical walls that aren't against the foundation, against, as substitution there, so it's possible.
when you say project of this size for ICF, what's the negative of ICF in a project of that size?
I don't think I really know that answer. I don't think that we've explored it enough here in Connecticut. It's not been something that we go through. There's a lot of different choices we look at. We haven't done that yet, so I couldn't tell you what it would be. And it may be the unknown, or maybe the amount of subcontractors available to do something of that scale.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for answering it. We appreciate it. And thank you for your time, the effort you put into it. I greatly appreciate, at least you're more familiar with this than I think most. And all of that was very clear in your presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you all very much. So we have.
And may you get home safely.
Yeah, I guess more.
Those are on the early side.
So that's a good sign.
So who gets the?
More
somebody's
weather is
supposed to
coming
bring
today,
this, and
Thank
then all of these. Is this for the committee?
Yeah, for the committee.
Okay, so we'll pass them all out.
Thank you so much.
G here.
And then, Mark, there was a question by Peggy about if she will have access to the digital presentation, so I know you have that. Okay.
And you want the rest of these?
And we can, yes,
Fantastic.
Arizona, so she can't get a hold
All
of
right,
it.
thank you very much again.
Thank you for your
you.
time. I know it's a lot of effort to be on these committees. So
Yeah.
appreciate your work on all of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Felt like then we were receiving line. It would take all day. I'm gonna skip through that.
I'm not Lita.
I want to give everybody a comfort break, as they call it.
Got news for you, like it or not, it's happening.
And then I'm just gonna go ahead and try to do this. So.
I'll pour.
So if you log in.
I've got it.
Yeah,
Close that out. Go to bonfire, go
Yeah.
to, hang on.
Dashboard.
I thought that was.
So here's the dashboard.
So go to projects. Go to create. Okay, go to submissions.
So sorry, I was waiting.
That's all good. We've all been there. You have to click through this and answer that you have no conflicts with any of them, blah, blah, blah.
The only thing with that, I think we're gonna keep getting
It's fine, but I'm still gonna ask it.
Oh, go for
Yeah.
it. I think
Because
it's
they should know that people are curious about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so now if you go, sorry, if you hit hide. Just go to the top, hit. It'll take a second, and then here are the 5 forms.
Okay, great.
So now you're gonna go to scorecard FCA. And it doesn't show for some reason our scores, which I'm a little annoyed by, for what we've already done. But going down here, these 3 are what we're going to score right now.
Oh, they're there. Okay, got it.
Are we ready to, are we scoring now?
I would think we should put first impressions down, and then we have until Thursday at 2 to lock them in. But I'm, right now, in the 8 minutes that I have before the next firm comes in, I'm gonna put down
Put
first
some
impressions.
notes. Everybody can kind of do it the way that they want, but what Lauren got available to us was, it doesn't lock in your score, because
We haven't put the,
what's that?
we haven't done the pricing, so nothing gets locked in, right? You can still change it, I think.
You can change it up until, but at 2:00 on Thursday, it's going
It's
to
locked.
shut it off, and then
It'll
it's locked. Because then they will release the
Financials.
financials.
It was all in
So-
the email, Jason.
I'll be honest, I luck out, you and I talked, so I'm terrible at reading emails.
That's all right. I kept that one short and sweet, I thought, for me.
I didn't. Because I know what it says, so I don't. Yeah. I mean, I'm
Leave me
not
real.
allowed to talk.
Sorry, I drink it black, so
I'll just tease it, it's like, isn't that it's a barista?
I
Should drink it black. So we'll have to consolidate our 10:30. Are we going into special session for those half-hour breaks?
No,
Do you leave all that one?
we're not talking, I'm not, I mean, if we want to, we can,
We want to discuss the presentations.
I just don't, we don't have time right now for this one.
No, obviously, it's
In
something we have to
between maybe the
combine.
next one he's saying, like,
Can
we,
They're done early. Let's,
we're putting in our scores right now and some notes for our own personal, but the scores will remain open this time. So in other words, yeah, because it makes sense, like Lauren said, it's like, what if you see the next one and you're like, oh, wait, the second person did better, I thought they did great, they just blew them out of the water, so now I gotta adjust. So they are adjustable till 2 PM on Thursday. Best idea ever, Laura.
So our deadline for completing the ratings is Thursday?
Thursday at 2, and then they're gonna release the financials. We're supposed to really, ideally, we would have had all the scoring done today, but I recognize that 5 presentations in one day is a lot, and our minds are gonna be filled with all these ideas by the end. So to have a day to kind of like reassess, sit on it, if you wanna adjust any scores, we have until 2:00 on Thursday to do that. Then we're locked in. But everybody needs to go in and be sure that they do it. That's why I'm thinking if we can do it now, just put down your initial thoughts. It's only 3 scores and, maybe jot some things down. And then you can go back and revisit it.
Well, so I'm gonna let them
But
in.
we have to do the financials separate from
Yeah.
this. we don't want that to kind of cover our feelings. on
I'll let
things.
the next group in.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Hello.
Hi, welcome. Just so you're aware, we are on camera. This goes, this is recorded, and then we have a local cable channel that it will be presented on. So the cameras are angled to the table and to that podium there. Please feel free to grab a chair, some coffee if you would like. And we'll have the main speakers kind of present at the podium, and you guys can as you go. If you'll just give us a couple moments, we're kind of finishing up some clerical work.
There's two dividers, and then there's a flash drive.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, please. That's okay. She's super nice.
Email.
Not yet.
Actually, I noticed her answer.
Make sure I'm in the right.
That's right up my, that's exactly what I want, and I don't care if I ask questions.
Really?
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
I mean, I don't care. I like talking, clearly. I mean,
Make sure you're not.
I haven't even kissed the Blarney Stone yet, and look where I'm at. Like, come on.
Good, thanks. How about your son? All right.
I'll get there someday. God help you all once I do.
So what we had what we do here is, we're gonna give you the Zoom.
They have it.
They have it? Oh, good.
You emailed it to me, but it's not here yet. Sorry.
You just have to log into Wi-Fi first.
I did. That we covered.
It's actually in the Word document.
I just stopped saving
Which
it.
is kind of weird if you ask me.
That's
Well, it still didn't come through at all.
It didn't come through at all.
Son of a monkey.
I can use the meeting number and passcode okay. I could just type it in.
Yes. Oh, I just closed it, of course.
725
Oh, Mark one.
That's it first.
Yeah.
068 2401.
And the passcode is
725
725 068
68.
2401
Okay.
123. Is the password.
The password is .23.
123.
That's a really tough password.
Nobody ever think of that. Nobody ever think of that.
Very secure.
Just by way of introduction, so you know who we all are, I'm Laura Neffrin, I'm Chair of the Building Committee, Dina Paluzzo, John Purcell, Jason Lee, and Jeff Galdenzi, and that was Nicole Olson, she's our Vice Chair who just stepped out of the room. A lot of us are very familiar, and Nicole and I are both parents at Dwight right now. Jason and Jeff both have served on multiple building committees. Jeff is still currently chair of a building committee. So we are excited about this project. I'm sure you're well aware, it's the first new build we've had in over 30 years, and the existing building is 60-plus years old, so.
Which is,
We hadn't noticed.
but it's in amazingly good shape, actually. It's a beautiful building, you know.
It's a beautiful building. There's moisture issues and
Yeah.
indoor air quality issues and no air conditioning, lack of ADA and fire safety systems. So I could list them all.
Ready for a refresh.
But with that in mind, we're excited to hear what you have in store for the future of Dwight.
I'm personally excited. I'm going to jump. I was going to add this to the presentation, but since we're just getting started, was a resident of Fairfield for 15 years. My wife and I owned property just off of Grassmere for that period of time. We still actually own it, and my brother-in-law lives there with his 3 daughters that are going through the school system here in Fairfield. So
Where are they at? Woods, do you know, for the middle school?
One is actually at Sherman. which is
right.
not the right district for her, and I'm not quite sure how he managed that. The other two are at Ludlow right now.
Okay, at the high school.
Yeah, so it's a
So you're familiar.
personally important for me, actually, and, I love Fairfield. We love living here, and happy to contribute to the betterment.
I lived on Grassmere before.
Did
that.
you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Your neighbors.
So I think we're ready to start whenever you guys are.
So just to outline, we've been, sort of asking questions, or we would like to ask some questions at the end, if you prefer. We can let you have your time, approximately 45 minutes, for the presentation. I'm just noticing snowflakes falling outside. And if you prefer, unless there's natural breaks where we can ask these questions, we'll just wait until the end. We'll let you do your full presentation.
Whichever you feel most comfortable. Honestly, I'll be candid, we were probably a little long. So if it's easier to ask them in the process, we're fine with that. Whatever's most
For a
comfortable.
little long, I would probably prefer to have you get through your
Get through it,
presentation.
fair enough.
And that's great, we want to hear it all, so. But we do have a hard stop rate, mark of an hour, so.
Gotcha.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. So, let me introduce myself. I'm Michael Losasso. I'm an architect, one of the three principals at Antonazzi Associates. I'm happy to be joined today by two of my colleagues, Lisa and Brittany. Both are senior associates at our office. Lisa is an architect. She's also senior project manager, and she would be the primary point of contact for the project. Brittany works with our interior design department. I do like to say that our interior design department is more robust. We consider it interior architecture. And so both have actually recently completed multiple elementary school projects, and Brittany and I are currently working in Sherman on one that's under construction. I'm also joined today by several of our key consultants. I have Phil Katz with Stantec, and Phil provides civil and landscape and traffic engineering. Eric Gabrian from CES, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection disciplines. And we've also, we're very happy to have Sung Park with us with Archicord, providing architectural design services specific to this project. We felt that this project warranted an elevated design. We think it's a beautiful site and a beautiful opportunity to actually do an entirely new structure. So we're excited to show you what Sung can offer. Well, I'm sorry, just to mention, we do have a full complement of design professionals, and they are all listed in the leave behind that we have, so you are welcome to review that. I've already mentioned my history in Fairfield, and I'm happy to say that we're also neighbors. We work in Bridgeport, very close by. We are, just one thing I'll share too, our predecessor, Paul Antonazzi, had deliberately located us in Bridgeport. The office was originally in Stratford for a number of years. And there was really a broader concept of being part of the urban renewal that he perceived happening in Bridgeport. And I share that with you because we've consciously maintained, since Paul's departure, our office there, renew it there, and I think that there's a commonality between building committees and our interest in the community. We want to see an improvement in the community, and we share your specific goal with regard to the improvement of the school. So I'll just quickly go over our agenda. We want to jump right into the design discussion and talk about the site improvements that we're recommending. We also then, that will be Phil, and then Sung will talk more in detail about the building design. Brittany will review the interior design, and then Eric regarding mechanical, electrical, and plumbing as it pertains to sustainability. Certainly the mechanical systems and the building envelope really represent the largest, or one of the largest components associated with sustainability. So we feel it's important in really any school project today. To your point about mechanical upgrades and air conditioning, we also want to be stewards of the environment as well. Lisa will then explain the project management, sort of coordinating all of these disparate activities and how we actually execute the project. We would like to also talk about the grants process. We have some case studies that we can share from recent experience in terms of completing projects that we're submitting for grant. And then we'll close and list a few reasons why we think we're best qualified for the project. I will also add, we have a beautiful two-story space in Bridgeport located in the Bijou Theater. It used to be a dance hall, and the story is that Fred Astaire used to come up from New York on the summers and actually give classes on the ballroom floor. We've converted that to our studio, but the upper level, we've moved everybody downstairs, and it's given us an opportunity on the mezzanine to actually have what we refer to as a furniture loft. This is a space where multiple vendors of furnishings, particularly for school products, can have a showroom that they don't otherwise have a showroom here in Connecticut. And it's a benefit to us because it offsets our rent partially, but it's also an opportunity for school districts, teachers, and students to actually come and literally kick the tires of some of the more cutting edge furniture offerings available today. So we offer that as an invitation to anybody that's interested. As long as we're open, you're welcome to drop by, and we're happy to have you visit the showroom. And then we have an event scheduled on March 19th in that area, which is one of the vendors is actually holding on trauma informed design for furniture products. So it begins at 5, I think, or 5:30. And again, you're welcome to attend that. There's no charge.
Tacos.
Yes. Taco truck and
You carried the lead.
Oh, you have to say.
Phil, I'll turn it over to you then to talk about site.
So in looking, and again, my name is Philip Katz. I'm with Stantec, Senior Associate there. And we've been working with Antonazzi for a number of years on many of their school projects. One of the new design trends that we see coming to the fore is development of outdoor classrooms. And this kind of is a picture of some of that work that we've done. And this site seems particularly well suited to this approach. Using the outdoor classroom seems to improve behavior and social development, as well as having some health benefits of being outside. And our playground design as well seeks to incorporate educational aspects into play wherever it's possible. So as we look to your site, there are a number of things to consider and where to put the building. In particular, the first constraint is that we need to maintain the existing school in operation. This, again, seems to be a trend among school construction, certainly saving money and the disruption of swing space, but for the site designers, makes it a little more challenging in trying to put a building where there's an existing building. We have completed, a number of such designs in several schools, and one of them you'll hear more of later. In addition to keeping the school open, this one also has a unique feature in having a septic system. Most schools are connected to public sanitary facilities. This one's not, and kind of ironic, we've dealt with 2 or 3 of these in the last 5 or 6 years. So we need to have space for that and be aware of that issue there. As you're well aware also, the site has some topographic challenges, some slopes and changes of grades and whatnot. So earthwork will certainly play a critical role in finding a suitable building site. There's also some wetland issues. Mostly it's around the perimeter, but the upland review areas are within the building site, so we need to deal with that as well. Since the pandemic, many more parents seem to be dropping their kids off at school rather than taking the bus, so this creates a queuing issue and whatnot at schools, and Fairfield's not unique in that. Most towns have that issue. We're not going to totally solve it. There's no way you can get enough space for that, but we'll certainly improve it and create greater lengths for buses and parents to queue. And finally, the other constraint on this site is that the community uses it for recreational purposes. Now, this is a school and that's the main focus, but trying to accommodate them is one thing that we need to consider. The team has done several concepts in addition to the concept F, and I'll share with you some of the site thoughts on that, and others will share the architectural. This is option 1A rather, and this is bringing the school forward in the site, kind of on the first slope as you're going into the site. What this allows is the school to have more prominent location on the site. You know, kind of, it's right now, you go by the site and you can barely tell that there's a school there. But this will make it more prominent on the site. It'll be 2 levels, you know, allow the buses to be on the front and main entrance on the front. And the parents would come around to the rear of the building and drop off. So that addresses the queuing issue. There'll be minimal impacts to the wetlands. There's some to the north of that building, but generally it's reduced. There is sufficient, we believe there's sufficient room, you know, on the lower level to still have the septic systems in there. And the other issue is give the community access to the play field in the rear of the space. So that achieves that. There are some challenges in locating the building, you know, it's close to the existing. However, we feel that that can be mitigated. This is just an enlargement of what that would look like. And again, the buses are in the front and the parents coming around to the rear.
Just to clarify, the access road is actually now at the bottom of the page, so we've
Right, I'm sorry, yeah.
quarter turn.
Reading Road is on the bottom. So the other option we looked at is putting the school all the way in the rear of the site. That's actually the most level portion of the site that's there. And what this allows you to do is have the building all on one floor, which is great benefit to elementary students. A natural light will be available to almost all the spaces in the building. Again, this option provides significant queue for parents and separates the buses from the parents. Wetland regulated areas will be no more impacted than the concept 1F, and there's plenty of room for septic fields to be accommodated. This is looking at constructing new athletic fields in the front of the site. And one benefit from this approach is it kind of separates the recreational activities in the front from disturbing any of the activities in the school in the rear. And again, this is just an enlargement of that site plan.
Yeah, and just before we get into the building design, just to summarize, those 2 alternatives, I think, are kind of the either end of the spectrum relative to the 1F concept option. So we thought this was actually a good complement to illustrate. The second, the option B that we've presented, we think provides enhanced security. Also, if you consider after-hours use of the fields, this way nobody actually has to traverse the school at all. On the other hand, the other opportunity to maybe highlight the school is important. And one other point I want to make sure that we stress, which I think is significant in this area, is you have a lot of large properties, large homes in that area. And we also want to be very careful about how we develop the site so as not to become a nuisance to our neighbors, right? We want to maintain that sort of park-like setting and the greenery. I think that's all relatively important aspect of the development of the site. So with that, we'll ask Sung if you could speak more to the building design. Oh, I'm sorry. I did have one. I did want to just interject this. One aspect of security, which I was alluding to with the separation of the building on site, is essentially, unfortunately, it's something we have to consider really for all schools today. We are cognizant of the need to do it, throughout the building and look at both passive and active methods of doing so. One example of that is actually this entranceway. And we think this is a good example. The diagram on the right-hand side, left-hand side illustrates the exact entrance that you're looking in the photograph. And we hope that, from the expression of the entranceway, it's still an inviting space, it's light-filled, it's open, but we also have a series of controls, both from a video standpoint and then direct interaction through a controlled vestibule to protect the students at the main entrance of the building, which is actually identified as one of the primary locations that incidents do occur, unfortunately. So just wanted to offer that as a quick aside before we get into the actual design. Thank you, Sung. Sorry about that.
My name is Sung Park. I'm a design architect. I'm going to share two different options, but before that, I want to begin with the fundamental questions. Okay. And this is kind of weird, the podium with the podium, that's why I'm saying. Well, the first question is, what should we consider when we're designing the schools for little kids? We know, the schools is very, very complicated process to design and construction-wise as well. So most of the times, we always think about the budget and the building code, and also the ad specs, requirements, or the spaces where we have to put the design out there. And also the students' safety, all kind of elements we have to consider about it. But because of that, sometimes, actually many times, even me, I get involved in many school projects before. And then I forget about what this school is for. Why we designed this building for. Whom? This is for children, kids. They have totally different eye levels. Their sense is quite different. But what we talk about the schools all the time, and then, so the budget is there. And we have to think about the safety. But actually, what we're trying to provide the spaces for kids, we want to make the space as the memorable space. When we grow up, we remember the space. This is very important for us. When I was elementary school, I learned something from my teachers. But I more remember about the activities what I did with my friends, all in the spaces. The small alley or the hallway, there's lots of, actually the school I went is very dark. And the hallway is dark. But still, young kids, I just sometimes feel spooky, but I enjoyed it with my friends. So, let's back to the original. What should we consider? Money, everything is very important. But we have to think about how we're going to provide a space, container, to create some kind of space for they can create their own story for the future. So this is very important for us to remember. So based on this idea, mindset, I approach it two different options. The lot itself is huge, as you know. And also there will be quite the slope in a slope. That's a challenges. Somebody can tell like that way, but as a design architect, I can consider as some kind of opportunity. When I visit the site last time, and then I drive up, and I want to feel that the slope and the site context. It's amazing, actually. I can enjoy. Think about it, how kids can enjoy that slope, right? And the school, the existing school is the middle plateau. And then, because of their location from the street, you don't see much the building. And then I park my car there and go up at the top of the hill. Oh my gosh, this is beautiful field there. Unbelievable. This is for communities. Wow. I wish I have that kind of field near my house. That's amazing. So from that visit there, wait a minute, should we give up this field or not? So after visit the site, I come up with, why don't we try, let's try to keep this field for the community. And move that tennis court to with that big, beautiful lot. And then maybe you can have nice building down there. The problem is, as you know, there's a septic system there. And the septic system and the existing building, we don't want to touch that one during the construction. That is a very difficult part. But I just look at that and somehow, and then surprisingly, we are able to accommodate the new buildings between the septic and the existing building. And also because the slope, the topo, wow, well, this is great. You can plug in the school, and even though this is a two-story building, but you can access from lower level and upper level, still accesses directly to the second floor as well. I mean, the layout of the whole building is, I can explain about, well, this is the gymnasium, this is an office, and this is all classrooms. I can talk about all these things. But I think, all architects, you're going to have an interview. Oh, they're going to have such a great ideas as well. But I think I want to talk about really what we are doing here. I think this is very important. So in the option A for this one, but still I need to explain a little bit about it, the layout-wise. The building is 3 wings. And then, the kid's eye has very different. The scale is, even like this kind of room for them, we are talking about only 42 inches high in eye levels. So for them, even this space is huge. I could play the soccer ball here with my friends, even when I was kids. And I remember, and when I came back to space after like 20 years later, then, oh my God, we play the soccer ball here? Oh, no way, right? So we want to make the buildings very modest way. We don't want to looking for monumental building at all. From the street side, we want to see nice seat in the hill. So even though this is a 2-story building, the right side wings is going to be only 1 story. It's going to sit on top of the hill. So you can access from the back directly. That's a pre-K program. And the left side, the 2 wings, is going to be for the elementary school. So front section is going to be office space. That's one way. And the panels is going to go around left side and go around. And the rear side, the upper level, that is going to be parent drop-off space. So we have a very clear separation between parents off and the bus drop-off spaces. So when you enter the main floor, then you're going to have a main lobby, and most of the common space is going to be main level, the lower level, and the right side the gymnasium, and the left side is administration and the cafeteria. And the back rear side of wing is only designated for classrooms. So that is the lower level is for the pre-K to K and 1 and the first and second grade, and the upper level is going to be 3rd and 5th grade.
Perhaps you could advance to the model. Kind of the massing as well.
I mean, I don't know how to do it.
Here. So this is the second floor.
Yeah, that's the second floor.
Right.
Yeah, and the second floor is mostly like a library, a video center, and then the art room and the music rooms.
Right, and the upper level access that you were talking about.
Yeah, you can access it separately.
And then the model, I think.
Yeah, this is a model.
Better.
I mean, this.
I'm at your, it's hard for me to see from here, but I appreciate what you're saying, and I think I can visualize it on the site itself.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, this model is just, very early sketches. This is just simple, early sketch, trying to figure things out how we can plug into that land. Well, that slope, eventually, again, we can play with that. We can create a layer, the steps, and nice for kids, explorative, kind of the activity spaces. But that is another opportunity we can do. So I mean, we see the slope. We don't see that is a challenge. We really see the opportunity we can do it. And this building is just the few mentioned about. It's a visual connection from the street. And here is the elementary school, and the whole community can understand that. Oh my gosh, there's a beautiful small elementary school in there. Oh, that's great, right? But the next scheme. Let's go to the next scheme, please. Even though I fall in love with amazing field, and then what can we do with it? If we give up that things, then what we gonna do it? I mean, of course, we have some little issues. I mean, not little issues, very complicated things we have to deal with the septic system. We understand about it. So this option is how we can make more simplify the construction wise, and also maybe we can provide such a beautiful spaces to the kids. So we give up this big lot, and then but there's a trade-off, of course. What is the trade-off? This space is going to be very generous of a single-story building. That means for elementary school and the pre-K, the single-story building give lots and lots of opportunity to bring the natural light to the space. Not even that. Actually, even you can have the roof spaces. You can walk up to and make another garden space in the roof. They can go walk. They enjoy the stepping up to there. But the problem is not the problem. This building is in a hidden location from the street. When you go by, and the people is not going to see the building at all. You're going to see the field only. Where is the school? And they're covered with all the trees. But I mean, you're going to drive up there, and wow, there's another, oh wow, this is a school there. I want to call out this one as like Treehouse Village Hub. Something like that. So we find some school there, but very, very low scaled. We don't want to have a big building there. We don't want to have a two-story high there. We have everything to spread out horizontal movement. So you arrive there, then would you go back to, yeah. You arrive there, that is the lower portion, the lower part, that is the southern part of the lot, and that is main entry, and there's parents off, the drop-off spaces, and the right side, and there is another parent drop-off for the pre-K. So you arrive there, enter the lobby space, then that is a common area. So you're gonna have administration, and you're gonna have a kitchen and then cafeteria. And the left side there is a blue color, there's a gymnasium. But when you enter the space, then wow, it's not dark at all. You're gonna have a nice kids green space, garden space. So you're gonna bring the natural light to whole spaces. That garden spaces can be, their playground or their art exhibition space or whatever they want. We're not trying to give any direction to them. They're gonna create their own story in their space. We're just trying to create just container for them.
So in the interest of time, I think we should probably just.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I'll go straight and.
But I think the important.
I'm enjoying it, but I do appreciate you keeping us on time.
That's why we have.
It's like he's.
Well, I mean, I usually,
it's a magic spell, and I am.
You know what? Usually, whenever I talk to something like this kind of design, and I start it, and then I cannot stop myself. I'm sorry about that.
That's why we're here. We want
Yeah. But anyway, we have the lots of skylights and bring the natural light to the hallway again, and the mingling space to make wider space. And so I mean, all this program, fit in there, but still we're gonna have a really beautiful space for kids. So I mean, this is sort of the photos of what I have. And then would you go back to the first one? Yeah. So the right side one is that is school. It's a very well-known school in Japan. And as I mentioned, this is one story. And the upper level, the roof is, their playground. And the funny part of this building is actually they try to keep the trees. That's why they cut out and then save the trees. You know what? Actually, when I visit the site, there is beautiful trees, big trees. I really want to reserve that one.
I love trees too. And,
Yeah. So anyway,
we're surrounded by them.
yeah, I think I talked too much, and then it's.
I do have a quick question, just, and I know I said I would wait till the end, but I am just curious about the orientation for option B. If we are approaching from Reading Road,
So that's on your left-hand side. The north is up in this.
So yeah, would you go back to the site plan then? Yeah.
And it's actually, there's a lot of attributes really for both.
Yeah, site to be. Yeah, site to be. Site.
The horizontal configuration
Okay.
of.
So Reading. Yeah.
now I see.
So your bus is going to the left side and go straight up,
And then parents go to the right.
and the parents go right and the drop off there, and the bus is behind the school building and drop off there, and the loop around is coming down to the street.
And the pre-K is off.
Pre-K is that
Right.
right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, they typically have their own drop-off area.
I mean pre-K.
Yeah.
Oh, we can do that. I mean again, this is a very conceptual idea.
Yes,
Yeah.
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 Well, they have a pre-K drop-off.
Yeah, the pre-K drop-off could be
Pre-K
at the
drop-off
bottom.
is in the parents' parking lot and towards the, what,
Oh, right in the front.
yeah. So there is a separate
Oh,
pre-K
yeah, I
drop-off.
thought
And then
that.
the bus.
Yeah.
And then the
Okay,
bus
back
would
to
drop
the
off.
And then
Yeah.
parent drop-off is, see that, there's just the 3 arrows.
The 3 red arrows.
Oh, parent drop-off is on the
It's to
other
the
side. I
left,
see now.
pre-K drop-off is towards the front of the page, and then bus drop-off is the back side of the school. No problem.
Well, I think both the scheme is very viable, and then that's it. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your passion for the project.
Included in our submission are some emotive images, I think, to sort of, yeah, they're, something you can, and a lot of the concepts that Sung discussed are actually representative in these photographs.
All right, good morning, everyone. So I'll be jumping off of Sung's design, and I'll be discussing areas that us as a team focus on to impact the learning environments of the students. Interior architecture is not just about the look. It's about how the space functions and how it influences the people that use it. In educational spaces, the design that we do can affect the comfort, the creativity, and the well-being of everyone in the building. I'm going to focus on instructional, thanks Lisa. I'm going to focus on instructional environments. Below are a couple images where we did breakout spaces for the students. This gives them independence. Flexible furniture gives them flexibility on how they like to learn and how they like to work. This introduces the third teacher, which is the environment. You have your teacher, you have your curriculum, but the environment truly shapes how the kids learn. Besides the teachers and the curriculum, the physical space shapes the well-designed environment, which can improve focus, performance, and also the overall well-being of the students. Environments for the third teacher model, the traditional desk is very restrictive to the students. We're moving to ergonomic and flexible furniture that offers psychological and intellectual freedom for all of the kids. This provides the students with a sense of creative agency on their own. They can move around the space easily and go where they need to be. That helps them learn. Some kids like quiet environments. Some kids like to be collaborative with other students. So the way you lay out furniture and the way the space moves helps not only the teacher, but also the students. As Sung said, who are we designing for? We're designing for the kids. And by doing that, we design micro to macro. We design from the small things to the big things. We place the student first. We design for the individual student and create function and ease of use. So just these images are a couple different images of how far furniture has come in a space.
we design the shell of the space, but you have to bring in the small items that really is what the students use and how they learn and how they function within the space. So creating flexible spaces and movement. This image is an isometric. This kind of gives you an idea of different types of classroom layouts. These are modern style layouts, no more rows of fixed desks. They introduce wobble stools, small individual spaces. They introduce quiet retreats. All of these spaces are flexible and can move for the teacher and the students. So collaborative work, single work, testing, all of those can be used in one space and be flexible. I do want to touch on WELL accreditation. We do have staff in our office that has their WELL certification. This really focuses on the health and well-being of people in the environment. And so through WELL accreditation, there's 10 core concepts. Whether you decide to go for this accreditation for this elementary school or not, our team really focuses on bringing these qualities in. Just to mention, some of them are lighting, air quality, mental health. We focus on those in our design no matter what. And the last thing I want to touch on is the interior, the biophilic design and the daylighting for environments. The use of natural materials such as wood and, sorry about that, jumped forward. The use of natural materials such as wood really help mood, focus, and energy levels. Daylighting also supports sleep cycles and reduces fatigue, so that makes the students more alert and more comfortable. These are a couple schools we designed where you can see the tall, clear stories and the curtain walls bringing in that natural light in all of their activity spaces, media centers, cafeteria, gymnasiums. We really want them to feel the outside. And that brings us to our next slide, which is really connecting the building to the exterior. And your site really allows for that with that park scene that you have and the hills and the trees that Sung was mentioning. We really want that connection with curves and with skylights and bringing all the natural light in. So when you're inside, you feel a sense of the exterior, which really will give energy. And what I always like to say is when design supports well-being, learning naturally improves. And we'll pass it over to Eric, who can talk about air quality and the improvement of the buildings.
Thank you. So again, I'm Eric Gebrin with CES. We've been a longtime partner with Antonazi and this general team designing K-12 schools for decades. It's one of our main focuses and passions, and so we love every opportunity we get. So to expand upon, briefly what Brittany said, and I'll kind of focus on, I think, the key things when it comes to systems in the building, the environment being the third teacher. This will be a brand new building, all new systems, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire, and there's, anyone will be able to design that for you, and that'll be one of the major benefits you get coming from a school that you have now with the various deficits. You'll already just, in getting a, code minimum school, you'll be getting a wonderful school. But a couple key points to think about. One is that, we have the Connecticut High Performance Standard that we will have no trouble achieving. We'll go a little bit beyond that if we can, just, with some smart, reasonable design choices. But, to touch on what Brittany said, the environment, in some ways we want to take it out of the equation, meaning students show up to learn. They don't really think about the environment in that they're comfortable, there's light, there's no noise. There's no humidity issues, there's no smells. It's just, they come to school, it's wonderful, it's beautiful, it's light-filled. And so, we work hard on the MEP systems to kind of do all that behind the scenes kind of quietly. You should not notice any of the work that I'm doing, hopefully. So how do we get to the right? There's a lot of different ways to get a brand new efficient HVAC system. The HVAC system is kind of the biggest impact on cost, what people perceive in the space, and also the high performance and energy efficiency. So we will walk you through a series of options, just like we did here on the architectural and site design, that make the most sense for the building. Each will have their different benefits and drawbacks. We'll kind of walk you through what that right blend is and help you make that decision. And just to kind of quickly touch on a few here, the last slide and then this slide, just different visuals we use to kind of illustrate the impact of different options. When we think about energy efficiency, there's a metric called EUI, which you may have heard out there. Stands for energy use intensity. It's kind of like miles per gallon for a car, except for a building. The lower the number, the better. As we're early on in design and concept and schematic, siting the building, thinking about the architecture, shading, insulation, windows, et cetera, we can make small movements that early on have little impact on the overall budget of the project, but can start to tick away at the overall energy that the building will use. The way that we position windows, the way that we shade it, kind of the insulation materials we use. Small movements early on can make a big impact, where later on they might have a bigger financial impact. And so this would kind of walk through kind of smart little nuances and design decisions that will tick away at the overall energy use of the building and get us to a point where, I'll touch on something at the very end about energy rebates and how to unlock those to the greatest extent possible. So sustainability is just one aspect of MEP and specifically HVAC. I won't go through all of these, but we will touch on all of the different aspects of the system that are important to you. First cost, operational cost, reliability, comfort, noise. They all have their kind of varying pluses and minuses, and so all of that goes into the equation. We're not just going to pick something in the back in a dark room and then throw it on you without really discussing it.
If I could just quickly interrupt, that's a significant slide, really, because the comment made earlier about this being an entirely new building. If you're accustomed to utilizing facilities that were designed in the 50s or 60s and the mechanical equipment is maybe the 90s or 2000s, there's been light years of change. Balancing that is often a challenge because even though we can provide updated and new equipment, the maintenance and service of that equipment is often a learning curve for staff. So to Eric's point, we're trying to balance all of those things, aware of that component as well.
Yeah, the very quick analogy is that, we all generally get a new car every maybe 3, 5, 7, 10 years at the most likely, but, going from an old school and an old system to a new school is like going from like a 1970s car to like a brand new car, and probably an electric car. It'd be completely foreign to most people, but that's kind of like the jump in technology. And, you have other buildings in town, other schools, so there's some familiarity with newer systems, I'm sure, but that's just something we like to always keep in mind. Just quickly, a couple small suggestions, things that we look at. Geothermal is the most efficient system out there. It's extremely reliable as well, given that, a lot of the infrastructure is in the ground. It does come with a heavy cost, and with a beautiful site like this, we would be drilling up the entire site. It is an option, and we look at it on every project, whether it makes sense, whether it doesn't. We would discuss with you more in the future, but, geothermal is kind of like the best option, you could say, with various drawbacks. Another option we use a lot on schools because it has, again, the right blend of everything you saw on the slide previously, which first cost, sustainability, reliability, et cetera, is a VRF, variable refrigerant flow. And I won't go into the details on it, but this is a system that kind of hits the right mix of all of those things, and most importantly, gives you individual control space to space. You can be heating in one classroom, cooling in the next at the same time. It's very quiet, it's flexible, and it has a great first cost profile. So that's one of the options we would discuss. Another is one of the biggest energy users in buildings now, because the envelope is getting so much better, is ventilation. And so we have to bring ventilation air into the school year-round, whether it's the winter or the summer. We have to spend a lot of energy to heat it or cool it. And so what we would recommend for any option that we look at is to do what we call dedicated outdoor air. So this is a system that's just bringing pure fresh air into the building, conditioning it so it's comfortable, but recovering energy out of the stale air leaving the building. And so this is a strategy that we use. It kind of does everything. It gives great indoor air quality, energy efficiency, and energy recovery. And there's even new standards out there that will allow us to reduce the size of the system while still maintaining air quality. So there's a lot of things, as Mike said, changing in the industry that we would love to go through with you to help really pick the right system. That took a second to go. I'll skip past these. We've been doing this a long time, geothermal and otherwise. So we have a lot of experience with systems. Yeah, I saw. So, we can walk you through all of this. Photovoltaics, very quickly. I know you guys have PV on the school. Currently, it's about 10 years old. We can discuss what might make sense to do with that. We always think about photovoltaics on a new school, potential for reuse and all of that. We can get to that maybe in the questions. But we really look at the whole picture and, how do we set up this school? We think about the 50-year life of it. We're not designing for the here and now. Oh, and rebates. We can help you with the rebate process. There are rebates out there. It's a process. We're very familiar with it, and we will walk you through it. All right, Lisa.
Thank you. So I see the clock. I see that I have about 90 seconds left and some slides to go through. I'm going to be as fast as I can possibly be. If I might skip some, if you have questions, just let me
We don't
know.
want you to feel rushed. We have until 12 for the next. We just,
Okay.
we want to be able to get to our questions.
Understood. So if you have any for me, you can jump in as we go. This chart that's up here now shows the construction cost of our last few projects, along with the design-related change orders on each project. The ones with stars are elementary schools, similar in size to what you're working with that I personally have worked on, and we have completed construction on all of them within the last 5 years. Cranberry and Washington in particular, new construction, our ratio is less than 1%, and the owners, the total number of change orders on both of those projects is a negative number. This is Cranberry Elementary School in Norwalk. This is a case study that I'm going to jog us through.
Sprint.
So this is a project that we took from feasibility through grant, through construction, and on the left, it started off building onto the existing school with just a cafeteria, and then that was not enough cost return for the owner, right? So then we started looking at building a new school except for possibly the cafeteria. We were working with grants with Michelle Dixon and Bob Selmer, and they didn't want us to keep the gym because they were concerned about the number of years left in the gym. So then it became a new building, and as you see, as it progresses to the right, it would be the logistics of it were something that were tightly controlled the whole time from the very beginning. So it's a big site. And the reason we're using this as a case study too, it just reminds me so much of your site. Big site, but lots of wetlands. There's not a lot of buildable area. There are lots of challenges. This was on septic also. The septic was across the road. We were able to reuse the leaching fields for the new project. The new project's on the right. You can see we kind of fit within that yellow circle of the area. We had Parks and Rec using the ball fields. It's so many similarities to what you have. And then we also were working with the neighbors. We had some zoning issues. It was really important that we get that building as close as we could to the existing building to keep it away from the neighbor's property line. So this was all, the logistics were baked into the design. And then as we moved forward, you can see the trees on the left, the sort of the living wall. We had some zoning challenges, which I won't get into. I could, but and you can see on the right, the aerial shows exactly, how close the building is to the existing school. And this slide is the building under construction with kids in the school. And they did great. It was an educational opportunity. It wasn't an imposition.
Quickly, we have another case study. This is actually a project that just got on the priority list last year's June submission. Seymour, Bungay Elementary School. Again, a very similar site to yours with residential properties around the perimeter and wooded area. To the next slide. They also are contemplating a totally new construction in the adjacent field. They also are contending with wetlands. So again, there's a lot of commonalities. You can click to the last one that proposes the final configuration in blue and the adjacent fields being restored where the existing school exists. So if you have any more specific questions, I'm happy to answer them. We did go through the grant submission process. And they are also looking for a bonus for the early childhood learning. And there was one other bonus.
Special ed?
Not special ed. I can't remember. But
the new.
Yes.
Yeah.
New instead of, so in this case, we were able to demonstrate that building a new school was less expensive than renovation. And so they actually got the rate associated with renovate as new status.
Yeah, we're hoping for that as well because we have 2 feasibility studies that basically led us to the conclusion that we need to build new because it would cost too much to try to renovate as new or do additions. So
we've gotten that
justification.
At least 2 prior projects. We've exceeded that. So.
Your timeframe on Cranberry, what was that?
So we did the first feasibility study at the end of 2019. It was a 2020 project, and we wrapped it up in, I think, 2022.
It is very similar.
Very similar.
That, and I mean, I've looked at a couple of your projects, the Washington Elementary School, I found really fascinating as well. New with the demolition of the existing building right next to it. One design element that I really liked was the incorporation of sort of natural light into an interior space where you had the gym and the cafetorium facing in with a center courtyard, I think for safety. You know, just to have an interior courtyard, which is actually, Dwight has that right now. They use it, there's like apple trees and there's actually a groundhog that babies last year. So the kids would stand at their classroom windows and.
I appreciate that. We have been trying to get that glass wall into a project for several projects.
I was curious, I mean, you have a glass wall in a gym. I mean,
North facing, glass wall, laminated
You'd be
glass.
surprised at how many
opening to the
precedents
courtyard.
there are.
Urban site.
Actually,
Balls can hit it and it's fine.
there's schools in Florida that utilize it actually quite regularly, and that was kind of our inspiration. The other thing I'll mention about that, just a quick sidebar, the courtyard is always the bane of the facility staff, right? Because you have trees and grass and you got to mow it somehow, but it's in the middle of a building. So they were very specific in West Haven about not wanting to have that, and so we actually did a polymer surface in the middle. And one of the students, a high school student, actually did some artwork on the ground. So I don't know if you've toured that building, but we'd
No,
love to.
I saw it looks like a rope bridge that they have to cross with like a big cavernous space and almost like
That's the
outer space elements on the edge.
Yeah, so the theme of the building was Reach for the Stars. So.
Follow up on that. The Cranberry site, you said that the septic was across the street from the school?
Yes.
Is it still septic or did it go?
It's still septic. We were able to reuse the existing leaching fields. So I have to go back one more, sorry. So this one, you can see, there's, if you go up the street, across the street, there's what looks like a putting green on the left side.
Yeah.
That's the leaching field. And we had to prove, I think, that we could expand the leaching
Yeah, we
field
did
by
a
a
lot.
factor of 2.
Yeah.
And we
Did a lot of
did a new septic tank, and we were able to reuse those fields, which was a huge benefit to the project.
I was gonna have you dive into some of the questions, I know, given our time frame.
I think a great slide to look at before to make sure, I know all the grant stuff you guys know, and we've kind of gone over that, and that'll come with time. Can you go to this slide? 'Cause this is of grave importance to this town.
Yeah, one of the things that we identified, and we thought actually it's very uncommon to have such a lengthy design period for us. Most of the time, we're lucky if we get 11 or 12 months to do design, inclusive of cost estimating. So what we've proposed here is actually a contraction of the schedule by reducing the actual cost estimating period. And we can do that confidently because we work regularly with Pan American Consulting. Tom Harden is a cost estimator that does, I don't know, probably 7, 8 schools a year in Connecticut. So he's got a huge repository of information. And we've worked with him for so many years, we know.
He has a CM background.
Yeah.
So he puts the building together. We always feel like we're about to build when we're doing like pre-design level estimates.
Yeah, very, very schematic information. So the only caveat there is that this project will benefit, and it really is necessary to have a reconciliation by another cost estimator. Oftentimes, that's either the construction manager if they're involved in the project, or
That's
the
the
owner.
plan for here, I think.
Yeah, so that does take time, but I think we can actually make up some time by contracting the review process.
I don't want to take our time on grants, but in our RFP response, there's a more thorough exploration of that than you'll find in the presentation, but it's in both places. And
No, I love how much information you're giving in these slides, so I don't wanna spend too much time on that, considering we know that you have experience in it.
it's there, so just give it a read.
Want me to go?
If you feel comfortable,
You start off.
well,
You're good at it.
I'm gonna jump to one of the ones that we're very curious about, and in terms of sustainability and green initiatives. You mentioned geothermal, you mentioned, the solar panels, Volvantic, right? And I'm learning all these new terms as we go. But one that we've become recently familiar with is ICF. Have you explored this? Are you familiar with it? Do you have any projects? Is anybody researching it right now?
He looks the most interested.
Yeah, well, no,
You're ahead of me.
He's like, can I?
I'm the MVP guy, so I
don't know.
Or even why you wouldn't use it.
What's that?
We're all interested in it, but.
So insulated concrete or?
Insulated concrete forms.
Yeah.
So it's being used often in the Midwest at this point. It's like becoming commonplace among some states. It's actually for schools. Like Texas has over 400, Kentucky has a bunch. I believe it was Kentucky that's now only allowing state grants if you use it because of its sustainability. So we weren't sure if you use this or something adjacent to it. We don't know. We've just introduced to it through a friend of Jeff's. He's very big in it here in Connecticut. It seems to have only taken off in residential in Connecticut. Only 2 schools so far have been done.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, that Newtown and Greenwich so far.
So none of the schools that we've done of late have utilized it, but we are required to insulate around the perimeter foundation.
Oh, of course.
So I think the benefit of the insulated form is that it makes it more, there's a greater continuity of that insulation. So you don't have that, there's always an issue where you have the slab and the top of the foundation wall, and how do you insulate that? And especially if it's daylighted, on the exterior. So I don't think we're in any way opposed to exploring it. Yeah, we're oftentimes asked to incorporate new technologies, and so we welcome that.
It makes sense.
They're actually doing an AIA accredited class on it at ONG on March 11th.
Oh, nice.
I know. I think I worked for Lee. I work for Lee.
I think that Brookfield project was ONG.
Yeah, I got to see it. He was so gracious to invite us into his home, which is ICF form, so we were able to, I might get cited, people are gonna think I'm trying to sell this somehow, I'm not. Coming from a construction background and watching his presentation, it was a really great presentation, and it is accredited luncheon, so I would highly recommend it.
And it takes you one step closer to sort of prefabrication of components. I'm thinking about the Yale residential colleges went there really early.
Yeah, I was involved in a private school in Greenwich. I don't know if you're talking about a public.
I think that's the one. Yeah, he said he only named 2 so far in Connecticut. It was Greenwich and
Greenwich Country Day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was a previous life for me, but I was on that project.
So we're just interested in that or something like that. We're not opposed to something
I think
else.
it could be particularly helpful in the option A that we were showing earlier, because that's banked into the hill, right? So you actually have foundation walls that are, part of the school.
I'll say from my standpoint, the most important point, I think what ICF can give you, and just everything else with the envelope, spend the money on the envelope.
Yes.
That's going to be there.
Yes.
Don't spend money on my stuff. We'll try to make, my stuff as small as possible while still working, but spend the money on the envelope, the windows. I think what ICF.
We'd like to work with CES.
But
continuous installation.
The systems can only do so much. If you start overloading them because your envelope is terrible, then the systems are going to fail faster.
It's a simple thing, but so Washington and Cranberry, they both were not over insulated, but the roofs, we made sure there were a couple extra inches of insulation on the roof. And then we have cavity wall assemblies, so we have continuous insulation on the outside, and then we foam the whole thing. And I'll tell you, at Cranberry, the week after they foamed, I walked that site, and the difference was amazing. It wasn't just temperature. Everything was so quiet, and it was still a construction site.
It's an ICF kind of.
Yes, it's that approach. It's you insulate the.
Which makes your job 10 times easier, in fact.
Right.
Well, actually, it makes my job a little harder, but that's fine, because we have to really dial in our calcs to make sure that it's, we don't just do standard, we do that anyway, but anyway, it's all.
Yeah, tying into the windows. Well, we'll have the big conversation about the windows, whether or not they're operable, because that's sort of the single biggest thing about how they function in the envelope, and yeah.
Next question we have for everyone is going to be, what do you see as a feasible timeline for the demolition of the existing Dwight, and what challenges do you foresee with the students occupying the new school? Should they be inside the new school while demo is happening, or are you?
The demo,
that out?
actually, well, that's 2 questions, right? So we did try to touch upon it. It may not have been fully clear, but the challenge really, of the options that we presented, the easiest one is the one that builds the new school on the hill, because you are totally separate from, with the exception, and I think one challenge you're going to run into no matter what, is you have one point of exit and entrance onto Reading Road, right? But even that, Cranberry, Lisa, was very similar, right?
Right, so Cranberry, we had to be a little careful with our hazardous materials. I think we did that in about 6 months after the kids moved in. But it was the same exact procedure that we followed when we were building the new building, and the kids were in the old building watching, except, I was in the new building, so we were doing punch, and the building was coming down, and there were kids in the new building. And it was, they were, the only problem was keeping their faces away from the window.
Timeline-wise, it was about a month to take it down, but the abatement was a little longer, is that right?
I think, yeah, we were about 2 months taking the building down.
Yeah.
The phase was 6 months long, so we could restore the fields.
Yeah, right.
And that was seasonally dependent.
Right.
As well.
The Cranberry School that you tore down, what year do you remember what year more?
64.
No, I think it was 59.
Oh, was
I
it?
think it was a little older.
Oh, I thought it was 64. Yeah.
It might have had parts that were 64. I think it had 2 additions that were 64. But it was one of those, it was not a bad looking building. It had stone and natural materials that you could, when you walk through, you could tell it was of that era, very lightweight. So, when you go to put, say, extra insulation and solar on the roof, you would be bracing the whole building, that kind of thing.
There's actually an identical one in Norwalk, but almost exactly the same floor plan built on another site.
Right, if you want to see what it looked like.
Yeah, before and after.
And then the soil after, when you cleared the building, minimal testing or continued testing?
So we didn't have indication of issues in the soil based on the phase 1. We did follow-up testing. We actually had 2. We had both Pannoni and Langen on that one, I think, doing soil. But the soils there were okay.
Okay.
But, air monitor, if we find something bad, it'll be air monitoring. We know.
How do you design and specify materials that are readily available to minimize potential delays to the schedule and costs due to tariffs on materials procured from overseas?
That's been an issue ever since COVID, and it's actually, thank our construction cousins in terms of that. What we often will do, especially when working with the CM at the onset of a project, is introduce multiple alternatives, right? So sheetrock, for example, or a gypsum board can be procured from a variety of different locations. Sometimes one is more available than the other. We list both. And it can even extend to slightly different materials, like for roofing. I know, again, at Cranberry, we had specified rubber roof, EPDM is the term for it, but ultimately chose to go with a TPO roof, which is another type of membrane, again, more readily available.
Switchgear. Switchgear was an issue at
Oh, yeah,
Cranberry.
right.
We pulled that as an early procurement item.
Yeah, we do. We pull that as a special process for it, but we pull it out early. Work with the CM early. We have a general idea of what we're designing, what we have, different options.
Right. And we did some temporary things at Cranberry too for things that were late, but it was built in. It was built into the project to allow for that. So, I think we had a couple of temporary panels while we were waiting for the main switchgear, so we weren't slowing down the overall progress with the school. And I'm glad you give us an opportunity we love getting the CM in early. The way that we design, we want the logistics to be baked in. And we know a lot about logistics, but we want to be using the logistics that we're going to be using.
Right.
So we want to have.
No two CMs do construction exactly the same way. And so having them in the design phase streamlines the whole process, really.
Okay. Does anybody else, anybody have any questions? It's a really thorough presentation, and again, I could listen to you rhapsodize about when we first moved here 5 years ago in the city. One of the biggest things for me was outside nature. That's what we wanted our kids to be able to experience more of, and I remember coming to Dwight for the first time and seeing that field and the trees and everything, and just being like, wow, this is the most gorgeous park-like setting you could imagine. And we're really unique. Yes, there's challenges. We have the septic and saying we're not hooked up to, the city sewer, but, and there's a lot of Parks and Rec, you know, fields that we have to sort of deal with, but we also get to have. So there's positives and negatives throughout, but, yeah, I'm very intrigued, so.
you.
And I will just say also your references, every single one of them just talked about how you guys were willing to dive in and sort of deal with issues as they arose and really be a true partner.
I would credit Lisa largely with that. You know, her role is really literally boots on the ground, and we are constantly getting praise, you know, back to the management and on the office about her success, willingness to work with not only just the owner, but the construction managers, and yeah, so.
The communication in the organization, but it's in the service of putting a building together. You know, and we want to get everybody on the same team, pulling in the same direction. Well, at the end of our presentation, we were supposed to talk about how Cranberry won Team of the Year award from Connecticut Building Congress, not just K through 12, but the whole shebang. We were like, you know, and that's really what we strive for, because it means that we're all, you know,
Pulling in the same direction.
yeah. I mean, it's hard enough to build a building. You don't need adversarial relationships when you're pulling forward.
How many generations
are
of kids
gonna-
are going to go through that?
We are going to have to incorporate the community and hear
Mm-hmm.
everyone's opinions. So if we get that done with in the beginning and everyone
Yes.
gets to air their
Well,
views,
you know-
then hopefully they'll feel like they're part of the decision.
Yeah, we like to do that early on, because there is still a chance to make adjustments that the community needs if you're doing it early enough. And then also it gives you time, right? If you're dealing with like a zoning variance or something and you started at the beginning of design development, you don't have to go see the state for 4 months, so you can work on it. So.
Wow, this was wonderful.
This is great.
you
Thank you
all.
so much.
Thank you. We really appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Drive home safely.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
No, it's gonna be rainy, snowy, back and
I have a
forth.
question for the these days and everyone
Yeah.
now.
Hear that it's not out, like it.
I like it back there. I like it. It makes it feel like a treehouse.
That's what I think, like,
Well, yeah.
like,
But
you
I
you
hadn't
can drive
thought
by
about
it,
it
no one will
being
know
that-
there's a school.
I also see it as a
About it being
safety and
that far
security thing.
low, and
I know,
it's not the worst idea.
Yeah, I've been working
Yeah,
on
most
being
of the parents
more
like it.
accepting of help.
makes sense for you guys to be there, so.
Peggy, we're back on.
He's still there?
Hi, welcome.
There's one underneath.
See yourselves at home. We're going, so there's a camera. We have like a local cable channel that, all of this is recorded for the public. And the cameras are facing the podium and our table. So we'll give you a link to the Zoom so you're able to utilize the screen for your presentation. First, you have to log into our Wi-Fi.
I am logging.
And then if you go to Zoom, Jeff, would you mind reading out the meeting number for them again?
And you're ready. Let's go.
Let me.
And before you begin, we'll do brief intro.
Sorry, that's me. Hold on, I'm working the.
Well, I'll work with you on it. Okay, I gotta run. Thank you.
Okay.
Guys, can we make sure that everything is muted? Our phones, our watches, our buzzing, whatever you have to do. Eric clapped. Eric clapped. It was great. I'm kidding. We needed a moment of levity. Okay. We are almost at 12 o'clock.
So you're in, obviously.
Yeah, sorry, did you want me to screen share? I'm just trying to-
That's what we want.
We just want to be sure that you.
I was just ready to stand by in case you needed.
All right, I think I got it.
Self-sufficiency.
Thanks.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Are there more?
No, we're just nesting.
I'm excited for this one.
Just by way of introduction, sorry, we did not form a receiving line. Handshakes would have taken a long time, so we'll just introduce ourselves. I'm Lauren Efren. I'm Chair of the Building Committee. This is Nicole Olson. She's our Vice Chair.
Just one more.
We have Jason Lee. He's a member of the Board of Ed, also served on several building committees as Chair and otherwise, and he serves as our liaison to the Board of Ed. Jeff Galdenzi, to my right here, also served on multiple building committees, is currently chair of another school building committee that's still active right now. Dina Palizzo and John Purcell as well joining us, and we have another member who's remote, Peggy Nicoluso. We're excited to hear your presentation and your insight into what we can do with this site. We think it's a really unique situation, project. Nicole and I are both parents, and it is, of the 11 elementary schools, it obviously has the most space, and it's set back in the woods. It's sort of in a country-like setting. Yes, we do have septic. But it is well-beloved in the community, and it's been there for a long time. The building that exists right now is 1963, but Timothy Dwight was a reverend at Greenfield Hill Congregational Church just around the corner. He started the first Dwight Academy in 1796. And so there's always been a school up in Greenfield Hill. And so the legacy there is really impressive. And I started my advocacy, we moved here 5 years ago, actually 6 now. And about 4 years ago, they talked about shutting down the school rather than sort of dealing with the expense and, the lengthy process of just either building it new, renovating it, what to do with the kids. It's been a long journey, but we're really excited that the town decided to invest and move forward. Okay, I think that's it.
That's a great introduction. Thank you for the history. I really appreciate that. We're all set.
So I will just
Yep.
real quick,
Sure.
by way of just, sort of our questions, would you prefer that we wait until the end? We've been asking everyone that up front. We don't want to interject.
Happy to ask them along the way. We have plenty of information, a lot of material to cover, so if you have questions, please feel free to ask. Yep.
Okay, we
Absolutely.
appreciate that. That being said, we've got about 45 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll reserve 15 minutes or like an hour total We just don't want to give anybody more time than anybody else.
Understood.
And we're all eager for lunch.
Yeah. We were hoping you'd eat first, but no. So just from a optics perspective, the folks from home are, where's the camera?
So you can see sort of the two camera angles here. One is
so
towards the
behind me.
table
Okay, gotcha.
to, you know,
Mhm.
capture
Okay.
us, and then the other is towards the podium, but you're sort of, you're all in it. You're in it.
Okay,
so.
we're all in it. Yeah, I see. Okay, just making sure that.
But if it's more comfortable for you to
More
take
about the
turns
listening portion.
sitting and then someone speaks at the podium,
Sure.
the whole room is mic'd, so we can
Okay.
hear you wherever you are.
Okay, great, fantastic. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this afternoon. My name is Jeff Wazinski. I'm a principal at Tecton Architects. We're going to do quick intros.
Sure. I'm Justin Hopkins. I'm an associate principal and senior project manager at Tecton.
Craig Raz, I'm a partner at Kohler Ronan, MEP engineer.
Brian Phillips, Senior Project Manager with Langen, Civil Engineering.
Also with Langen, my name's Kristen Mitchell, I'm a landscape architect. And my name's Antonia Ciavarella, I'm an architectural designer at Tecton, also focused on community engagement.
All right, so just a little bit of housekeeping. We gave you a lot of material. You requested the full slide deck. There's a copy of that on the left-hand side of your folders, and then 11 by 17s of some initial concepts, initial thinking about your proposed project. So the agenda for our presentation, want to go through a quick introduction, which we just did, talk a little bit about just briefly our firm, team experience. Justin's going to go over the management piece of the equation and how it relates specifically to your project. Antonia's going to go through community engagement, the design philosophy and approach. And then we're going to spend a majority of our time on the design opportunities that we spent a lot of time analyzing, did a lot of work previously with all the various different studies. We looked at all of those. We have some initial observations, but also some ideas and concepts of where you could place the building with various different site improvements. And this board here, this is at 40 scale, and we have the same things that you see on the 11 by 17 placemat. We have cutouts that we can talk about if folks want to get up and ask questions. But we feel both the presentation, the handouts, but also the tactile piece of looking at this site plan is very important because the unique nature of this particular site. So introduction, what's important about this team is that we have experience working together, very similar experience, similar types of projects, but also it's going to be a consistent team from start to finish. And that's very, very important to us. So it's principal led, principal involved all the way through. Justin's your main point of contact all the way through. But this team will be here from start to finish. And then just a little bit about Tecton, 46 years, second generation firm. So there's three principals now. We're moving into that next generation. Great demographic in our office, mixture of kind of the seasoned professionals, which never thought I'd say I was one, but I'm there now, with the emerging professionals. So the culture is really, it's really exciting. A lot of opportunity in our firm. Do a lot of work, public K-12 work, a lot of grant application work as well. I know you folks haven't submitted your grant application across. But one thing that's primarily important is our philosophy and approach to our projects is based on listening and responding and designing buildings for the communities for which they exist, right? And what that means to us is that our clients come back. So 90% of our work is repeat clients. And that's very important to me personally, but to our firm overall.
Okay, so a little bit about approach to project management. What's up on the screen is kind of the back of the baseball card stats for what we know about the project. New construction, early learning center, pre-K and K-5. 392 total students, a mixture of K-5, 264. And 128 pre-kindergarten. We know that the building as presented in the RFQ is about 85,000 square feet. Total project cost around 76 million with a hard construction cost of around 59 million. So this whole process is targeting occupancy for the 2029-2030 school year. So a couple of things just as a high level that we always make sure that we talk about at every meeting is the three-legged stool, scope of work, schedule of the work and the cost of the work, right? It's our duty to make sure that we are validating the program, the building size, adhering to our deliverable schedule, our project threshold schedule, so that we can align with your decision-making and approval process. If we do those two things, we will be able to have proper cost control on the project. So you can't leverage one without impacting another. So a couple things regarding new construction considerations. We want to make sure that we're having that early communication as part of the grant process, making sure that we're interfacing with DEEP, SHPO, and the Natural Diversity Database. Greenfield, we've had a number of projects that we've had to conduct environmental reviews, herpetologist reviews for any protected species. Also understanding the soils classification as part of that Phase 1 ESA. A lot of historical agricultural uses in Connecticut, so we want to make sure that when we start talking about moving soils around on the property and the cut and fill analysis of site development, we're not signing the project up for excess costs for disposal of soils that have been impacted with pesticides or whatnot. Coordination with the utility company is very important throughout the process, but early engagement. Also early engagement with the public safety and transportation, how we are getting to the site, circulating through the site, as well as how our first responders are accessing the site. And right from the start, making sure there is an EdSpec component. We want to make sure that we're validating that program and eliminating any unnecessary scope creep. So those conversations are very important at the start of the project. The original RFP schedule has that occupancy for fall of 2029, a rather conventional design phase followed by construction phase. The one thing about these new builds and then demolition of the existing buildings is that when you're targeting move into your new school, you're left with the demolition and the site development where the existing school is. So we've thought a lot about potential opportunities to accelerate the schedule. It's going to be very difficult to accelerate that 12 months in order to get the students into the new building for the start of an academic year. But there are some things with early bid packages that we're doing on every project, every school project that we're working on now for site enabling, long procurement items, making sure that we're ordering those early. Part of the benefits for an early bid package would be in that first summer to make sure we're doing all of the heavy site enabling so that when students come back for the fall, the site is protected, it's separated from the existing building, and the construction can proceed harmoniously.
Yeah, so we're working on a project now in Cheshire, the Norton School, very similar. So we didn't necessarily accelerate the completion date, but what we did is we grabbed the summer of basically 2027, put in the access roads, put up the fencing, prepped the site, had proper separation so when the students came back, things like temporary play fields if you needed them, when students come back to start the school year, they're already set up. So it didn't necessarily move it up, but it helped with the site phasing and logistics. So something to consider.
And on the back end of that construction sequence, is there an opportunity to move into the new building over a long break, winter break, February break? If you're able to grab that, if all the stars align and we can get the furniture moved in, set up the students to move to the new school during one of those breaks, you can start on the demolition and the site enabling so that you're not extending that completion into the fall of the following year.
Yeah, so we do a lot of these, and this part right here is a little bit painful, to be quite honest with you, because the students are all excited and they're moving in, beginning of school, but then you have to finish up the site, clean it up, do all the landscaping. I know this is also painful to move kind of mid-year, but the benefit is, like maybe pre-K doesn't come over right away. The benefit is you could start that new year fresh and everything is complete. So seasonally, it also puts you in the spring for some of the landscaping, cleanup, those kinds of things. So
we're understanding this, the demolition, you're looking at, is that I'm sorry, I'm trying to see the breakdown of the months at the top. So it's like a 6-month
Yeah,
time period?
Yeah, I think you can probably get the building down in probably 2.5. But then you have to prep fields, parking, whatever remains. When we start getting into the options, you can kind of see the overlap. You got to think strategically about location of fields, drives, those kinds of things. So we think that's a comfortable, and it matches the similar. I know Mark and Collier's spent some time looking at this as well. So it's a very similar kind of. We're trying to slide things a little bit back, and not suggesting you have to do this, but it's one consideration that we can kick around.
Yeah, just for reference, Jeff mentioned the Norton School in Cheshire, Connecticut. Very similar time frame. When the students move out this June, the superintendent actually moved the academic calendar up a little bit, so students are leaving early June rather than mid-June. But even, so the building's going to be ready summer of 2026. As soon as the students move out of the existing Norton School, demolition starts, abatement, then demolition starts. And then they complete the parking areas, some of the stormwater utility systems. That process is going to take Cheshire into late October, early November. So there's going to be an occupied site construction activities, granted not as intense as the actual school construction, but it extends that logistics for an occupied site into that academic year. And as quickly as they can move, we're still into October and November. So this is a discussion at the start of design to see if there's an appetite for it. And it's a potential opportunity as well. So we took a quick gut check of what your site development costs are. These are four schools that either opened this past summer in 2025 or are opening in 2026. So stats in the blue, site size and bid site development costs. So we know when we start to align the proposed project here, we know that the site costs are significant to the project, but in line with what we've seen recently in school construction. Couple things because of the grant process. We know the reimbursement rate of 17.08% for new construction. Recent, as you I'm sure are aware, the recent legislation advantages of the 15% for early childhood, and that's for the whole building, and 15% for special education areas, and those are related to those specific areas of the building. So there's a little bit of calculus there.
Your CLC program
Yeah.
potentially could get that double.
Yeah. So we have a list of districts that we're working in now for upcoming grant applications. The key to this is making sure that when we're communicating with OGA, we're reflecting the comprehensive approach of this project. Our duty is to maximize the allowable reimbursement, and that's tied to our allowable areas. And potentially discussions with our local representatives about any special legislation, any of the notwithstanding legislation. A lot of our districts are leveraging that.
So there's 5 communities on the right-hand side, most of which are looking at special legislation, which is now just becoming legislation because it's not so special.
We're very familiar.
But we do have, I have a historical kind of pamphlet if you're interested in all of this book. We've researched over the last 5 years of the special legislation because we're working with Enfield. They're looking at 5 schools for grant submission this June. So it's interesting to kind of compare the language from the various different communities to what you might want to seek. So.
Yeah, and we mentioned the work that we're currently under construction in Cheshire. They retroactively received this additional 15% reimbursement in special education.
I just want to clarify, you have 2 projects, Norton and Barnum, correct?
Yes. Yep.
In Cheshire?
Yep.
Okay, is Barnum completed already, or?
Nope, they're both on the same timeline, both for opening this coming academic year.
Cheshire project, it's not 100%, right? They have, is it 27% normally, and they got the additional 15%?
They originally received special legislation for 50%.
50.
Yes. And then they received space waivers originally for the excess for the special education component.
Right.
And then they received the additional 15% and a portion of the building an additional 15%. So, yes.
And that's something, I think it's the next slide actually, where looking at the allowable area, that might be another consideration as far as the waiver. You can roll the dice and wait for, apply for a space waiver. I know the state just went through and kind of reformatted their process, but it's always a surety if you go after it via special legislation. Because if you plug in the numbers in the new state form, I think you have your total number, your students, 392, the allowable area ends up being, in the 50,000 square foot range. You gross it up, so it's 54. I think you're around 84, 85,000 right now. So it's worth considering because it's going to, if you don't get that space waiver, it's going to reduce your effective reimbursement rate quite substantially. So yeah, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with all this, but we just wanted to make sure that you.
No. Well, it's prorated. The amount that you're over the allowable square footage reduces.
Oh, I'm
that
understanding.
percent.
I'm just saying, no, we're not we're all, some of us are fairly new to this whole process.
Okay, sure.
So we don't have a sitting building committee. So some, me
Gotcha.
and Lauren, some of our first time on a building committee.
Oh,
So
okay.
all this is.
I'm familiar with this only because I've been following it along from the Board of Ed side for quite some time.
This town traditionally hasn't seen anything more than 24% reimbursement, but plus the 15% on the ECC and the additional 15% on the, yeah, thanks. That's what we're gonna bet on. I don't see us, like the other towns, the bigger indie towns, I don't see us going more than 24% more on the building.
But we've also never asked. We've always just said, thank you so much for whatever you'll give us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. So the important part of both the grant process and the OGA review process is making sure that you're staying engaged, you're providing clarity of information. We have over 10 active projects with the state right now. We've fostered strong relationships. I think I have everybody's cell phone number. That's a project manager over there. Project to project, what's good for one project isn't necessarily good for the next project. So making sure that you're understanding. I see some chuckles over there. You've driven this road before. So making sure that you're staying on top of the changes in how they review projects. A perfect example is that they're currently going through changes in the state contract process, which is affecting a lot of our FF&E and technology purchases. So again, collaborative dialogue, making sure that we have consistent and clear applications. Little bit about building systems. This is really important to have these conversations at the beginning of the project because we know that over the lifetime of a project, only 10% of the costs are in the actual construction. 90% of the costs are operations and the cost to the owner to operate the building.
So these are just a list of projects that this team has actually worked on, and I just want to preface, basically started back in 2018, there's been a drive to go towards more electrification in schools. Fossil fuels have been one of those things that's been going by the wayside, and you can see one of the best ways to do that is a geothermal. These particular schools here are all electrified, very low UIs, which means they utilize a little bit, not as much electricity as a traditional type system or school. And in order to do that, we have to integrate passive strategies in order to achieve this. But the driver behind this, next, Justin, really comes to the state set high-performance building standards years ago, which was basically a model behind LEED. And that was the driver of what kind of forced us to make decisions. But what's changing now, we're going to be going into a new code cycle starting this June. We're going to be adopting the 2024 codes. The IACC has really changed dramatically, even from the 2021 code now as far as efficiencies, and it's more of a system and performance approach that you have to take to the buildings. What that means, that everything that we used to do, we no longer can do. It's not a bad thing, it's a good thing, because most of the designs that we've ever put forth incorporated a lot of those technologies now. The IACC will drive down how much lighting we're going to be doing. It's going to drive down what happens in your building, dynamic controls, which means when your classrooms get unoccupied, you have to reset the temperatures up. That was something we did as a norm. That's now an energy code requirement in the new code cycle. The other code cycle is IGCC. We may or may not catch that on this project. That drives more type of sustainable designs within the building that are going to be mandatory. That'll be the state's newest green construction code. Things like PVs, which mandatory PVs on both required on schools. You already have a PPA on Dwight. That's something else that'll have to be addressed as part of this project because the contract is not up. Maybe there's a way we can reproportion that to the new school to keep that contract going or buy out whatever you need to do. Something has to be considered. But one of the big things we look at is how we can save you money. Avantgarde or UI offers two paths approach, path 1 and path 2. As long as we don't use fossil fuels, we can go path 1. That gives you your best bang for the buck. You get incentives somewhere between 180 and 325 just for the building based on the amount of savings you're going to get, plus an additional $400,000 if you have the heat pump adder. So you got a potential of almost $700,000 plus of incentives coming back from the utility company. And to kind of what's going to make us work with that, next slide please, Justin. Electrification. Everything works around best IAQ. The center is your dedicated outside air unit, which will give you the fresh air that's going in. You're already doing VRF and DOAS to most of your schools now that are renovating, so you're used to it. There's changes now with the new codes because VRF now has gone to flammable refrigerant, so there's different things you have to do. Geothermal is the best for saving energy. Does add a little cost impact, but it gives you your lowest impact going down the road. And that would be something we would look at and discuss these systems further as we move forward.
All right, so I get to take you through some design process, kick off this next chapter in the presentation. Go for it, Justin. So Jeff said it at the start, and we get to see now what this process looks like. We start with listening. And not only do we have fun in this process, but we make it fun for everyone who is a participant in this process. And we like that to be a wide net. So we start by listening. Next slide, Justin, thank you. And then we look to your community. We know that Fairfield and your neighborhood here in particular has such a robust history. So how can we look to your context, look to your culture, and be inspired by some of those elements? And lastly, your school community, right? We know that your teachers are passionate about what they do. Your students love your school. The parents and families are heavily invested. So we really love to have conversations with the people who are directly using the space and have that really inform the design. And tying into things like your vision of a graduate and any curriculum goals that you have. So the way that we do this, we think of it like a lens. So we have different scales of groups that we speak to. We start with our leadership group or our core team that meets on a more regular basis to review the work, and then we expand out all the way to the community at large, inviting as many voices as possible. Go for it. And we'll walk through each of these to give you a sense. So the think tanks, this is a group of board members, teachers, parents, students. It's a diverse cross-section of your community that meet at the start and also throughout those key milestones to offer their feedback. These are big picture visionary sessions, especially early on, where we get to hear what the guiding principles are for the project directly from the teachers, the students, the families. The leadership group is that smaller, tight-knit group. Yourselves around the table here, along with anyone in addition that could provide that weekly or bi-weekly input to keep the project on track. And as you'll see today, our strategy, we've brought the board itself that reappears in some of our working sessions. So it's a very dynamic, collaborative approach to how we work with you as a leadership team. The community at large is another key component to this. So we want to make it as easy and convenient as possible for people to participate and know where to go to find information. So this is the multi-pronged approach where there's a digital element like your website that becomes that hub of information, as well as branded community flyers. I think you have some examples there in your packet, some student activity workbooks, all ways that we can gather information, place it in somewhere where the community can easily access it, and then go to where they are, at community festivals, at coffee shops, at other community events that are happening. And as well, we've done the traditional auditorium, senior center, other venues around town to really meet people where they are. And this is what that looks like. So you see social media posts, you see boards and other flyers or informational mailings that we've put together. You see short videos, which are becoming increasingly popular, how we can share like shorter bits of updates and information to the community at large. And lastly, that the working group is an opportunity to expand that leadership group out a little bit with additional teachers that serve as liaisons. So this working group can have representatives from across the school that are point people to bring back information to create that feedback loop between the teachers at large and the working group as a whole.
So a lot of meetings. We try and be orderly so that we're communicating back to the leadership group in between these working groups. You'll hear me say this a lot in meetings. In schematic design, our arms are out here, so those are the nature of discussions. You know, how big the spaces are, where are they located, what are their adjacencies. When we get into design development, we start tailoring those conversations more to about what's going on in the buildings, you know, from a technology, environmental, finishes perspective. So it's our requirement to make sure that we set these agendas so that everybody has clear expectations of what is going to be presented and what decisions are going to be asked for at these meetings. So going through with an administrative update of where we are, talking about either a design update or review. Typically a focus topic. In this example, it's some of Craig's discussion on geothermal. And then takeaways and next steps. In other words, what's the homework to do between now and our next meeting? So constantly setting the expectations so that we're all maintaining an orderly process. And that extends into what does the building look like, right? We start with mood boards. We go to examples to kind of get the temperature, the flavor of the community, constantly getting interactive feedback on what styles of architecture we're looking at, what is the overall themes that this building is going to represent so that it can be more reflective of the community. And we like to say at the end of the day, you know, you're not getting a Tecton building. We're working together to make sure that we're getting the right solution for Fairfield and the Dwight community.
Thanks, Justin. Now the fun stuff.
Great.
All right. So, considerations for your project, right? So we oftentimes, when we're discussing internally and having our charrettes in our approach to work, is we want to balance the aspirational with the practical. So we know rich culture and history, right? We want to leverage that. We know that this site is used as a community resource as well as the adjacent property. The Blue Ribbon School, very proud, right? So we want to leverage that success and translate that into the new building, right? 21st century learning. And then the practical side, right?
I just have to point out, that's my daughter in the back of that slide.
The hands
The one
up?
holding up, I love her school. Oh, the youngest, who's a student there right now. It's just very, it's really throwing.
Very nice. I swear I didn't do that recently.
You know.
That's adorable, though.
I did research, but not that much.
That'd be creepy.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue, sorry.
You just threw them off.
Yeah. So the practical, balancing obviously the topography, the grading, minimizing disruption because we know this is an occupied site, and then again balance, right? Resilience, sustainability, maintenance, function. These buildings need to live long past their first, the first day of construction and occupancy, all the way through several generations. So really balancing the practical and the aspirational all the way through the design process. So we started with we know the preferred option, or we believe the preferred option was option 1F with the research. This just illustrates or articulates yellow property line. North is always up. The existing buildings here, tennis courts, and then you have your drive aisles. So this overlay is the proposed option 1F compared to the existing building. And one of the things that we built as close as 20 feet from an adjacent building, an occupied building. And as far as, 50, 100, 150 feet, the further we can get, the better opportunities we'll have as far as the safe separation. This building takes advantage of the topography, so you're traveling or negotiating and navigating the topography within the building, albeit it's 3 levels. So really kind of very positive there. Maybe consider a reimagining or getting the building or sliding the building outside the upland review areas. That may make some other boards a little bit happier or more satisfied. And then leverage or consider leveraging the existing roadways that currently exist, so that we can optimize the amount of money that you're spending on the site. Every dollar that we spend on the site is a dollar that we don't spend in the classroom. So we really need to think hard about how we develop this site. So where we went is we have 2 conceptual options, and again, these are without any feedback. So please consider them very preliminary drafts, but these are reactions to all of the research we've done and all of the work that you folks have already completed. So you can see one of the options is basically just slide the building right on the flat area, which is basically the fields. When you start looking at it in more detail, obviously you're up another 10, 15 feet when you do that. So you have to start thinking carefully about parent drop-off, bus drop-off, where there's going to be auxiliary parking. And you can see in both of the options that we're going to go over today, we really did work hard to try to preserve the entrance. Obviously, this will be upgraded and renovated, but what we're trying to do is minimize the amount that you spend in earthwork removal and relocation. So slide the building up, place it on flat terrain, bus, parent, ELC drop on the top right. It's not ideal, right? You really want to have 3 drop-offs for this kind of grade configuration, so we're working hard to get that. But when you move the building up, what we're trying to do is go parallel to the topography so that the parking is relatively flat. So every time you go up this way, it becomes very steep. So we want these slopes to be, and we had to work and rework Barnum in Cheshire to make sure that these vehicular travel lanes were less than 8%. We were actually down in the 5% range. So we really want to live in that 5 to 6%. If we had to live with an 8%, fine. But so that's kind of why you see, that was the reason why they did what they did here. And that's the reason why we're showing kind of these loops, is to try to get you some linear footage to reduce the overall incline. So overall, about 200 spaces, maybe overparked, so we can look at squeezing some of the asphalt. What we're trying to do is be thoughtful about the building placement, the pavement, impervious area, and preserving the natural terrain and the natural vegetation on the site.
Did you have a question? I saw you raise your hand.
No, I see it now. I was going to ask about the drop-off, but I do see that the ECC has its own entryway.
It does.
Okay.
It has its own, yeah.
Yeah,
Correct.
I'm seeing it now, that little, my
Absolutely.
eyes are a little shot. But then
Jeff, where's the septic?
So septic, we're considering still down here,
Yeah.
whether it's in the reserve. We didn't have a lot of info, and we talked to Brian.
Yeah, we'll work with the health
Yeah.
department, see if they have anything on record, but, typically when these systems are put in, reserve areas are identified, where the system could go.
It's
So-
right next to it.
Yeah, so we would hope to try to put it down there. This system is not gonna trip us into the Connecticut deep regulated size, which is 7,500 gallons per day. We're gonna be in the 3,000 neighborhood. So it will be reviewed by the state health department, but I've had a lot of experience with that process and fairly straightforward.
So red dotted line on your 11 by 17 is the footprint of the existing, and what we're trying to do is we looked up when we were out on site, there's a QR code there to understand what the fields
Soccer
are
and
used for.
softball.
Soccer and softball. So 99 is the largest field, so that's what's shown on all of these plans. Geothermal, if you're interested in that, it's about 68 to 72 wells. That would fit basically right in that area. So conceptually, that's where what we laid out as far as one option. So sliding it up, that would be the building perimeter. What's nice about this is a lot of the program space can be all at one level. The downside to this is that you're stretching the building much more as far as impervious area. So those are some challenges. You can leverage kind of basically the flat area here for roadways and fields. And then, as I mentioned, we want to look in this direction if we can for parking, because it'll be our best shot at getting a somewhat level parking area. So separation of bus and parent with the ELC up top.
You can go ahead with your question.
Oh, yeah. Do you have a question?
The emergency vehicle, how would that fit in? They need access in the back too, correct?
So, you don't need full perimeter these days with fully sprinkled educational buildings, but most fire marshal, life safety, most want them. So we often look at kind of like a grass pave or a stabilized drive aisle about 18, 24 feet wide. That basically is a stabilized grass surface that the emergency responders or first responders could use in the event of an emergency. The benefit of that is it minimizes the impervious area, keeps the site more green. So it's worth considering, but great question. That would have to be a discussion. Some communities, we have full perimeter that they want it and without exception. Some, we look at some alternatives to consider. So having that dialogue early would be certainly important.
And that would, I think you'll see more opportunities for that in the second scheme that we looked at that more aligns with the topography. But as Jeff mentioned, sometimes that's as simple as putting a sidewalk around the perimeter of the building with an associated paver system. So it can be pedestrian friendly 99% of the time. That one call that you need an emergency vehicle in the back, you can use that.
So just inside the building, same orientation, and I'll try to run through this fairly quickly. ECC has its own kind of entry. I'm sorry, that should be ECC.
We refer to it as ECC. I know different, towns have different
So, yeah, pre-K up
acronyms.
here.
Little guys over there.
Yeah. Little ones over here. 1, 2, K 1, 2 towards the rear, and then 3, 4, 5 kind of stacked above it. What we also want to pay close attention to, we call it specials, but your gym, cafeteria, art, music, all of the program elements or spaces that students share. We're trying to minimize the distance between, the travel distance from this grade to classroom 2, right? And the other piece is we do not want to circulate through another grade level's kind of small learning community. So that's how we've set up most of our buildings to break down scale, minimize. It's a much more compact footprint, and it's intentional because if you've ever seen a 5-year-old or 6-year-old walk, they don't walk fast, and they want to stop at some of these toilets along the way. So anytime that we can save with the travel gets put back into the classroom. Just the same concept and philosophy that if you save on the site, you put it into the building. Same thing here. Try to keep it compact.
I'm sorry, if you, could you just point out to me where the library is located?
Sure. So admin nurse is out the front, eyes on the site. Media center is a 2-story media center.
Oh, it's behind the specials.
Yeah, it's behind the specials. Okay. And what happens is the 1-story admin, 2-story media, you get all of the clerestory lighting down into the, so media centers, I've heard it all over the place. We just heard it last week where we don't want windows, we want walls. So from actually media center specialists. So there's a balance there between, how do you get natural daylight into the space, but also preserve the perimeter wall space for the books. So that's how we arranged it there. Sure.
Is that a vestibule in front of, like, where's the main entrance and where's the security option?
So right here, main entry, all of our buildings have the secure portal, so you're forced into the vestibule, into the admin, and then back out.
Okay.
And then we have other slides that talk about compartmentalization of the building, which is key, right? So in a lockdown, if you're not following Alice rule, every community is different, but in a lockdown, we want to compartmentalize the building. Basically, it's about delay, deter, buying time, basically, and trapping individuals into spaces further out. So you'll see various different doors. So if there was an event, you could lock down and keep basically somebody out of all of the educational small learning communities. And that's a piece that you really want to focus on in today's environment, unfortunately. So long answer to your short question.
That was a very good detail.
No, it was a good detailed
Yeah.
answer. I mean, you don't want to think about it like you said, but
Yes.
I'm the one with the youngest kids in here, so like, I want to think about it.
Yeah. And the other piece is you do see kind of a symmetry. It doesn't have to be that way, but the other piece is oftentimes the CAF or media or gym is used as a staging area for dismissal. So what we're trying to do is get a larger, one of those larger spaces also at an entry. So for bus or parent, there's good flow in the building overall.
Quick one, where's the elevator placement?
Elevator is located right here, and serves both floors. Yep. So being strategic about placing the service cores so that again travel, stacking them, being thoughtful about that from a constructability perspective. I think during our research, we know you're concerned about building next to, so left side is Norton, right side is Brookfield, yellow is where the existing school was, the blue is where the construction fencing went up, and obviously the new building research on under construction. Parents are probably more concerned than the kids are, because the kids love it. They put a window here, and they can view the construction. They've had tours. They've had all kinds of interactive.
The most successful projects on an occupied site are when there's some level of integration with the curriculum. So we've given talks for earth sciences programs where we talk about the geothermal system. Construction managers love hosting programs for students of the month or select classrooms to come in and kind of learn about the trades and everything. So,
Yeah, they actually had the kids building some of the masonry, the brick walls.
Yeah.
It was pretty.
Yeah, I'm looking for a credit on that pay application.
All right. So
All
you want to
right.
hit this?
So this is not how we teach today, of course, but this is just a depiction of how education has been for so long. Students in rows. How we teach today is a lot different. It looks more like a collaborative, project-based 21st century environment where you focus on that hands-on, inquiry-based learning. You have spaces that connect the indoors to the outdoors. You have those small group spaces, those support spaces near your small learning communities. You incorporate natural daylight, fresh air. You can incorporate creative wayfinding elements that are reflective of your community and add that pop of color, that brand, that community feeling to the space. Flexible, adaptable spaces for community use, as well as for students during the day. And why this all matters, we know that there's evidence-based psychology that says that students in healthy buildings, they're going to feel better, they're going to feel more proud of themselves, they're going to pursue more challenging academic courses, and they're going to succeed better in those courses. So that's why we do what we do.
Yeah, everybody's heard LEED and high performance building and measuring the building. This is what's important. Measuring the impact of the building on the occupants and their performance and their desire to be in the space. I got the 5 minutes. I'm going to go fly through a couple of these. So we talked about the travel distances. We talked about in a small learning community, we want to make sure that specialized education's near. A grade gathering for project-based learning is close, and all your toilets facilities are located nearby. The importance of natural daylight is infused in every single one of our projects. And then I really wanted to get to this option because this is similar to option 1F. What it does is it stacks it and compacts it a little more. And I'm going to go to the next slide because it gives you a better indication. You can see two-story building. This building's down kind of in that 195 range. And I'll show you the floor plan in a minute. And then you have the classrooms on the upper level, right? So it's a two-story building. Preserve the infrastructure coming in, field 1, 2, and 3, so those are 99, so it gives you, we can continue to look at it, but it's very challenging to get that softball in there. What I like about this is bus, parent, DLC. It gives you a little more room if you push the building up and stay out of the wetland. And again, the serpentine is to really navigate the terrain. So again, stacking that building, two-story building, leveraging the topography, the separation, that parallel approach to the parking, topography.
Yes, hi guys. Well, I know speaking
Put you in at the end, take your time.
coming in hard. So I'm a third grader and a pre-K, 2 boys. And I think they talk the most when they come home with either they've visited the garden, they've been outside, they've been doing some science and athletics outside. So, integrating those indoor experiences that Antonia just touched on so well, bring that outside. You have wetlands, let's engage with that. Let's engage with the outside and the exterior. We've also worked on a few projects with sensory learning, sensory paths that touch, feel, smell. And then just creative play. So coming up, we have a lot of different directions we take those outdoor playgrounds. But having that indoor-outdoor relationship, we did such a great job on South Norwalk Elementary and multiple others between Tecton and Langen. So having that, making sure.
Yeah, it's just the importance of the relationship to the outdoors is just over the last 5 years, just all that's happened. It's really shown a light on the importance of that and the connection to nature. Similar and consistent diagrams. The specials all are on this level, so what's nice about this is you can lock this portion of the building off for community events, and nobody's in the rest of your building. That's an important piece. The other piece is that you have ECC, K1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all have a similar travel distance to get to your arts, musics, medias, those kinds of things. So again, trying to look at it and be thoughtful about the compactness. I know I'm running out of time, specials. CLC, which is interesting in this option, is it's kind of almost equidistant. We've been doing a lot of work with Vernon on a program similar to this, and there's several different philosophies of trying to reintegrate some of the students back into the classroom. So maybe consider a location here so that they have easy access to other grade levels. Daylight, safety, security, same thing we went over before, compartmentalization. Again, the theming is so very, you go ahead and
Okay,
we'll
I'll be
land
quick.
here.
Pre-K, looking at your ECC, we know that you can start by building that nest for them, creating that space that is uniquely theirs within the building. Inviting that playful learning, we know they use the hallways a lot, they have a gross motor space, really crafting a space that allows them to move and interact with the built environment right in their nest. Letting in that natural daylight and really creating spaces that inspire them and allow them to be curious as our young learners. And we know that you're focused on the early learning and development standards, so keying into those curriculum models and in this space in particular. And what that looks like is an open forum. Justin touched on it with the Woods and Trails slide, but we like to think and work with your educators on how we can bring themes from your community or educational themes or bring other branded environments into your learning spaces.
So another philosophy is, and we'll land with this, is you need to look at the building and the layout and the design of the building where every opportunity is an opportunity for education. So the spaces in between the hallways, we spend a lot of time thinking through cognitive learning and how the design of the building can support that, whether it's graphics or how daylight comes into buildings or exposing certain systems in a building so that students can learn. Those are all things that we can use as a teaching tool. And for those that are maintenance focused and operational, we also keep an eye on that. Balance. And I think we're going to land here because I'm going to stop and we'll leave some time for specific questions. Where the rest of the slide deck speaks to basically marrying up some of these concepts with our previous.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much. I just want to take a moment and look over here.
Do you have a preference on those two options?
Yes.
Do you like the engaging the hill option?
I don't think either one's perfect yet. I think this one offers a little bit more positives.
Well, I think leading into that, we do have one question, and we know that you guys are actually the only ones that have experience in this.
Sure.
We were recently introduced to ICF, so we are asking everyone, and it doesn't have to be
You know
specifically ICF, but how sustainable it is, and especially Lauren having been the biggest part of this site, like Lauren knows the school better than anybody here. With building into the hillside and having already dealt with mold abatement issues with water.
Yeah.
Have you considered ICF for this project? How did you guys feel when you did use it in the past? You're the only ones that could really give us here's the negative to ICF because you've actually used it.
We're curious about the benefits of
Benefits and the negatives.
So the benefits are thermal mass, for one. Sound, it's incredible as far as sound attenuation. You don't, so Brookfield, likely the largest school project in kind of New England with ICF. The challenges that we've had, and we had plenty of them, were more on the technical side than the application side, meaning getting the consistency of the concrete correct so that it could pour. Because what you're doing is you're pouring, from floor to floor. So you're pouring an entire concrete wall basically. And, in today's concrete walls, there's a lot of rebar. So it was more of a technical compliance to make sure that the mix was right to get the concrete in there. But so that was a challenge. And the other challenge is in public bid construction, one manufacturer makes one length, another manufacturer makes another length. So it was just the technical compliance of how do you get the dimensions to work. We think it's a phenomenal system from a resiliency perspective. On this, so it's only on the exterior. So it was exterior ICF envelope and then interior steel. So we absolutely learned a lot. I'm 100% behind exploring it because it's a resilient structure that we think has many benefits from an academic perspective too. For the most part, the sound attenuation and thermal mass from an energy.
Can I ask which CM you used, that you worked with on that project?
Sure. Yeah, O&G was the builder on that particular project. The concrete contractor was Marguerite. And to be honest with you, it was their first job, and we tried hard to convince them to get, so they've done a lot more of this down in like the Washington, this is further south. And we were trying to get them to hire, and lesson learned is put it in the spec, you have to hire somebody experienced, basically just to get that mixture correct. Other than that was our biggest challenge with that particular project.
Mix in the batter rate, that's it.
Were the costs higher and did it expedite the schedule at all?
Softball field?
Costs were not higher. No. It was built during COVID, so we were all over the place.
The advantages, I think, and one of the things we were trying to achieve here is
Didn't
really
pick
just
up schedule.
getting more of a buffer away. There's a
Yeah,
lot
we were
of
told
things
it wouldn't
going
help with
there.
money at
Wetland
first, and it
areas,
won't
you know,
help
we're
with
trying
schedule,
to-
it's more
It's not that this was
down the cost
necessarily
savings
the preference, this was just from.
The energy cost savings is
This
where
is
we
how
would
we
see.
got our
Definitely,
funding
yeah.
approval.
They said maybe a little on
It's a
timing,
little
but with Connecticut, like you said, it's hard
unusual
because not everybody knows what they're
process
doing
kind
yet.
of. Normally, the
So,
building committee
because
first,
it's
you
not
have
like
seed
you told us
funding,
Texas
you
has
go through
400.
the feasibility process before you get, full
It's
funding.
a-
But they took the time to do this just to make sure that, building a new school was what the town wanted to do, versus trying to renovate or do additions, or actually move the whole school off somewhere else. So, it's not necessarily that was the ideal for us. I would much prefer having a student there, that it's further away from them. So, but I appreciate you guys incorporating it still. Because we just wanna know what the best location is, and that's not gonna impact the existing school as well. So that was just one option, but it did get us 76 million, so we're very happy.
Yeah.
And, you know, the ability to keep the existing school running.
And no matter what, the septic is gonna stay down here, is what we're thinking.
Well, that's the goal.
In an ideal world, yes. In Madison, we didn't talk really at all about Madison. Madison, very similar, it's actually this building right here. They had an on-site septic. We ended up basically pumping it up to the high side. It was more of a dilution issue than it was the mechanics. If you could do gravity, I would pick all day long down here.
Yeah, and we would, you know,
That's
early
what
on,
food
we'll
flows,
go
so
down there and do test pits, making sure that, you know, groundwater and ledge rock is low enough to support a system of this size in that location, so.
Yeah.
You know,
And
that,
I believe, I mean, obviously you have to pull town records, but I believe that the, what did you call it, the alternative site or whatever it is
the
located,
reserve,
right?
yeah.
The reserve is right next to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of space down there, so,
Mhm.
okay.
We have time for one more quick question if you want to pick between these.
Oh,
Those
boy.
were the three left.
On the presentation.
This is the ICF.
Oh,
We had it, we
nice.
just didn't get to it. So they basically, these are stacks, they're like Lego blocks.
Yeah.
Basically empty, and you put the rebar in. The challenge is that you're pouring basically a 10, 12-foot high wall, so you just need to get the mixture right. So when they're dropping it in, it flows
settles.
through all of this stuff. But this is really well thought out, because these tabs here are essentially the tabs to screw your drywall.
Yeah, and those are, I think you said like 8 to 8 inches on center or
8, 16, 8, 12, 16.
Because I also know it's thicker for a school wall than a home.
Yeah.
If it falls, because, you know, it's all new and everything like that, and obviously you have to rebuild the wall and stuff. So is that still an environmental nightmare when that concrete hits the ground, whether wet or whatever? Or is it just let it dry, pick it up, and then start over?
Yeah, we wouldn't want any of these walls to fall. We did have a one-sided, again, another lesson learned. They make a one-sided wall where the owner wanted to have the exposed concrete. I'll never do that again. We have to use this. This wall is not gonna blow apart when you're pouring it. The bracing is there. It's very, again, we learned a lot, but this will not go anywhere. And we don't expect the concrete to blow out. The one thing I will say is, and Mark probably knows, there's a posilite, there's admixtures to concrete that make it more sustainable and green. Basically reusing recycled materials to lower the, it's actually because we're running out of fly ash basically, or slag basically for the mixture in the concrete. But at any rate, I think you can do it. We've learned a lot. You can do it in a sustainable way, but this is kind of what it looks like. Yeah.
And one of the reasons, obviously, the energy efficiency of the building, noise reduction, all of those things, but really because we would have to build it into the hillside and we've had moisture issues because our current building was not enveloped correctly, or it was to the standards of 1963. But so we've had a lot of, moisture and all that comes with that. So we really just would want to prevent that. I mean, the given use of the building is 50 years. Right now we're at 60 plus. We know that anything that could help prevent moisture would be ideal. But then there's also,
especially if you're building into the.
Yeah. So we also, we recently went and toured a home locally that was built with ICF, with Lee Overland. And anyway, we're all very intrigued by it. But one of the buildings that he was mentioning, they just used it for the foundation and then they used regular materials.
Yep. There, I believe, Fontaine Brothers, I'll look it up, is looking at building a Massachusetts school.
Yes, so there's a couple.
It's already under construction, or?
Yeah,
I will
Colliers
find
is
out.
actually on that.
Oh, you are?
David Prody.
Okay, yeah.
Up in Spencer.
Yeah. Okay.
There's so many questions, but we're gonna, in the interest of time, what do you think the greatest challenges are to this project? How do you plan on mitigating them?
There's Plenty. I think it's, honestly, I think the site is one that we want to be respectful to preserve the natural setting and be thoughtful about the layout. I also think the aesthetic conversation around what the building wants to look like is another, we look at it as as a
I
fun
love the
challenge.
community outreach opportunity, and you guys really spent a lot of time on that. There are obviously a lot of people who have a lot of feelings about how this building should look. Given the history, I understand it too. So to make everybody feel incorporated into the process, I think is just gonna ensure that the outcome overall is embraced by the community.
I have a weird question that I'll explain to them why I'm asking later, but I just have to ask. Are all of your architects and everyone in-house, or do you ever outsource and bring other people in who have been successful on projects who are, self-contracted? Just curious.
All of our educational projects have been internal. We do a fair amount of work, like advanced manufacturing, with a German design firm that actually we collaborate with quite a bit. So we've done projects on our own, but also
You have
we
brought in-
welcome the collaboration if that is, desired, if there's a local that really understands kind of the style, if you will, or can help can navigate those waters. We're definitely collaboration.
My last question would be about minimizing change orders. Do you, how do you sort of
What's that?
plan?
Now I know you're alive.
You know those oops that you blame on somebody else.
I mean, what is your process to eliminate that? Obviously, we want to bring in a CM early so that we can have the best design possible and not a lot of questions after the fact that we don't want an architectural, design that's just going to be, okay, we did this, now hand it off and you guys figure it out.
So that is one of the important things, is making sure that the folks that are, the way that we work on projects is the folks that are working on the projects are part of the construction administration. So understanding where that design intent, what the goals of each piece that's a part of this building, so that when you're reviewing submittals, when you're reviewing issues in the field, you understand what to hold on to. Excuse me. So that's item number one, is continuity of design intent through construction. Quality control, making sure that we're having those reviews and those constructability reviews during design. Making sure that when things come up, they don't fester. There are always going to be oops on projects. We've been pretty successful, averaging under 1% in design errors and omissions. That doesn't mean that we're infallible. It means that sometimes there are coordination items, right, Craig, that come up. So the important part is catching those. We have our education team meets every Monday morning. We go over lessons learned because a lot of our folks are working on different projects at different times. So there may be an experience in construction on one team that can inform how we're detailing or coordinating that similar detail in design. So I always tell my team that it's better that we catch something before it gets built if there's a coordination item. When it comes to presenting those as change orders or potential change orders, we go over the cost mitigation strategies to make sure that it's a decision of the owner. We don't try and cover our butts when we're reviewing these items in construction. So it's better to incorporate revisions when you're going through the submittal reviews and the field reviews than after the fact when they become problems and when you're actually taking things apart to put them back together.
Just two quick things to add. We have an in-house building official, right, certified building official that looks at code review at SD, DD, and CD. So that's one piece. So there's no code reviews. And then we have independent peer reviews at the end of each of our phases internally. So there's a seasoned architect that's not involved in the project whatsoever, looks at the set in its entirety, including MEP, goes through the checklist and reviews it and gives that back to the team. So we do pride ourselves, and you can check in with our clients with making sure our documents are all of good quality, and we're coordinating closely with the CM to make sure that there's no concerns relative to scope packages and the bids. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up. You're on it from cradle to grave?
Yes. Yep.
I can attest to it because I thought when I interviewed on a couple
Hopefully
projects,
not
I'm
my
like,
grave.
I was like, really? Am I going to see Jeff and Justin at the end?
She can't
And
get rid of me.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
can't. And you really actually do. You're seeing like the till through CA and
I am
ribbon
a
cutting.
bit of a pain, yeah.
In a-
She knows, but-
yeah. No, in a great way.
Yeah, check with Cheshire. I answered that exact same question in our interview there, and I'm at every meeting. And every
Do you want to ask now before they're done?
No, I want to just let you know.
Where are you guys physically?
What's that?
Hartford? Hartford? Yeah.
Hartford base, yep.
So, you know how
You're that kid, aren't you?
everyone's so worried about?
Yeah.
No matter what you do on our construction site, that is going to belong
Yeah,
to
and
you
then we're in New
anyway.
Haven, too,
Because
so we're
I have
close
news
by,
for you.
yeah.
If you can't get a classroom and stuff, there still has to be a prep area. You're still going to need trailers. You're still going to need places to store equipment and stuff.
Yeah.
So this shouldn't come into play. If we stick anything up there, that's how it is.
No, I know, but
As long-
it's the impact to the students right now is that they're either gonna have to run down to the tennis court, which is like down the hill, a little, dangerous to get to. But Coach Connor, our gym teacher, has utilized it plenty of times.
Right.
And then we have the blacktop area around it, but anything we do that is on the field, fully on the field.
Yeah.
Is gonna take away
Right,
from
but-
any outdoor time.
But this will make up at the in
At
the
the
long
end.
at the end. You have that field
You'll
back.
recover it.
Oh, yeah.
Right, and you just tell the town. I mean, the minute
This
you
is
you
the
agree,
most
that's it.
recovery of the field space that I've seen.
Yeah.
This
The
is-
in the hill option.
No,
Uh,
on top.
No,
Yeah,
the
this guy-
small,
I took it
the
away, sorry.
small, the condensed field,
That's one.
and then,
And then having the two fields in the back.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, that did a
That's-
lot,
I
yeah.
called it the in the hill. think
And I
we-
will say, when it comes to this, I was a big fan of 1F, except for one thing. I like that you guys condensed it, because teachers
did
don't
like
like
that
using
third
this
floor.
space,
Yeah.
because it distracts the students that are in the classroom. So this isn't usable space, it's just something pretty to look at. And I think with littles, you need usable field,
Yeah.
not pretty views. I mean, they still want the pretty views, don't get me wrong, but this is just a waste to me.
Yeah. And we were saying it could be an upper and lower soccer field and then,
Did you say the
basketball.
town maintenances that field, that like that's the town?
Yes, this is all the town
With Parks and
until
Rec.
you own the project. Then it's not maintenance. The
Well,
minute you
no,
give
but
it
then
back,
once you give it back, it's their
you have-
problem.
No, the minute you give it back, you just have to resod it.
No, I know, but I'm saying like, let's say the fields end up down here, there's more multi-use down here again. The town is in charge of these fields at the end of the day, correct? Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's a whole different thing I wanna bring up down the road, but having the septic down here, is there a possibility of putting restrooms somewhere down here and connecting them that way? Because going all the way up to the school during a soccer game to use the
There's a
restrooms and
porta
have
potty
the.
right now.
Well, that's why I'm asking, because there's a freaking porta potty, it's disgusting.
There's a bathroom up there
That's a great idea.
on the field?
No.
I play a lot of softball up
I
there, and
never
we
knew
don't
that there
use the
was one up
that
there.
bathroom.
It's on the
That's what the
playground.
trees are for.
Wait,
Where?
It's in the playground.
a bathroom? No, the porta potty's talking
Yeah.
about, and I'm saying my kids will not use a porta potty. My kids are like, what is
That's a
going
good call.
on?
Putting a restroom facility in a lower field.
So just that's future for whoever gets hired, we'll talk about that, but
Well,
the
if we're
town
close-
might, I don't think
we're
that
close
we
to
should pay
septic.
for it, I think the town should do
Yeah.
it. So it's close to septic, so it's a good thing to point out to the town, like, you might wanna put a little money through Park and Rec to build that.
The good thing, Westport is doing the same thing with fields.
It's not our problem, then we just don't.
Utilities will run out for Park and Recs to put a structure. All they need to do is connect.
Yeah.
So thought like that, that you could, part of the project.
I think adding the connectors could be part of the school project, but absolutely not. Do I think that the town should force that to be part of the school budget, is my point.
Right.
But having it there for them to use is just a good thing to point out to them.
That's a good question. Good observation. You guys, this is really
Thank you.
enjoyable.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Sorry to run, but I'm in charge of picking up the pizza.
Very important role.
Thank
you all.
again.
Thank you very much.
Super.
That's great. Thank you.
I think it's